Good afternoon. Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside
Racing Rachel.
No Pockets. Track announcer John G. Dooley. We've got 9 races on tap today, 8 thoroughbred races plus a quarter horse allowance dash with a 350 to wrap up our midweek card off at 210. And again, after that wet weather we had here to start the week off, all main track card off the turf, and the main track is muddy going into our 9 race matinee here today.
Yeah, so we have some premier racing today, the Don Dunham and the Rick Moore races 6 and 8. And they look pretty good, not too many scratches, but we definitely need to keep our eye on the sky today.
Yeah, Don Dunham, a longtime security guard here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
He must be off for his big day.
So
he's always sitting up here.
Yeah, he's going to make a presentation at Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle later, so not up here is Don securing the clubhouse on the first floor when he's downstairs. And also, of course, Rick Moore, longtime racing executive and working for Caesars too. Yep,
definitely excited to see them down in the Winner's Circle.
With a all-main track card here, money. Let's check in with Macy Tetrick going to downtown, WRTV6's meteorologist. Macy Tetrick will look at today's race day forecast for a 9-race card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Macy, hello.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Let's take a look at your forecast as we do have some cloudy skies, although maybe a little peek of some sunshine as we get toward the end of the day. And while an isolated rain shower still can't be ruled out, I think most of your afternoon and evening will stay dry, with temperatures continuing to warm to the mid-70s, which is about normal for this time of year. Just a few more showers possible, not just today, but also Thursday. And then as we head into the weekend, we'll see the clouds clearing out and sunshine is on the way, plus a warming trend will take us to the weekend as well. Back to you, John.
Macy bringing out the
so
emojis
cute.
there.
I love the
weather.
emoji
Like
weather timeline.
Yeah, nice forecast. Of course, we wrap up the race week here tomorrow off at 2:10 as Eric Hallstrom says hello to all of you horse players and handicappers and all the fans joining us here today at the track as Eric checks out the clubhouse as we check out yesterday's race replays. Big day for Mitchell Murrow. Hat trick wins on the card here on a Tuesday. 34 wins here this season for Mitchell Murrow.
Yeah, let's get that started so we can talk about these handicaps that we have. But race 6, he started with Mr. T, Chaz Retchie. She won this race. So it was a $12.20 winner, and I got to give a shout out to the owners, Mr. Bailey. He's my farrier and a good friend of mine, so I was very happy for them to get the win. He was super excited.
Mr. T bringing out not the A team, the A game.
Yeah,
Mr. T.
Yeah, I love that.
Nice win for Mitchell
and then
Murrow.
in the next race for Mitch, it throws me off anytime a horse has beach in the name. I'm like, is this a quarter horse? So yeah, 12:20, and then we went to he get just bing bang boom 3 in a row. Here's race 7, Beach Dancer for Tim Eggleston.
Tim looking in the rearview mirror, talking about trainer Tim Eggleston, Mitchell Murrow on the main track only. Tim also winning the quarter horse finale, so winning with both breeds yesterday. Tim Eggleston, by the way, the leading quarter horse trainer this season, also having a good meet with the thoroughbreds too. A quartet queuing up to take on Beach Dancer, but just kept on finding enough left in the tank to get the victory under jockey Mitchell Murrow on yesterday's card. There's Beach Dancer, a nice winner. You mentioned Chaz Retchie, by the way. Tracy Wisner, Tiana Richardville, Chaz, and Shannon McGovern. It was some lady power on yesterday's card. As, by the way, Carl DeVille trains and co-owns
I get to meet him
this
yesterday.
horse. If you can name a horse front running, Mitch, go to the front and stay there.
And he did, 21-20 for him. So yeah, so congratulations to Mitch with the hat trick and all the ladies. 4 of the 8 races yesterday were won by women trainers, Tracy, Tiana, Chaz, and Chaz Retchie, Tiana Richardville, Tracy Wisner, and Shannon McGovern. So congratulations.
Tracy won the first of the day with Jane Plain. That was a really gritty win. Those 2 fillies were giving their all the way down to the finish, and it came down to a nose between them. But Tracy getting on the score sheet yesterday. You mentioned Tiana as well. Congratulations to Chaz and Shannon McGovern teaming with Rodney Prescott. Jam and Justice holding on under the veteran Rodney Prescott on yesterday's card. Wednesdays, it was the second to last week of the Beat the Bot contest. AI Allen, if you don't know.
Yeah, we are rolling out AI Allen. Just wanted to remind you guys that it's live, and you can go to the website to see his picks, allen.drf.com, and it will give you any kind of racing info you want, baby. Yeah, that's my guy right there.
Today's
We modeled
contest.
it after John.
Today's contest. Racing Rachel's Warriors is for all of you on-track players. It's all in the run-up to the big finale here during the final Wednesday of the racing season. But today is week number 22. Stop by the first floor OTB to pick up your entry form. It's free. Return it by 3:10 p.m. That's 1 hour after the first of the day, the first of 9 on an all main track card. Today, all of you on-track horse players, the top 3 will share in $200 in prize money, of course, awarding the gold, silver, and bronze. Plus, the top handicapper on today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors gets to advance to the $2,000 final. As I mentioned, that's Wednesday, November the 12th, and closing day of the season is November 13th.
That's right. So be sure to go down to the rewards counter, the program counter, and get your entry. Starts in race 3.
Hoosier Day coming up here October the 1st. It's all in a prelude to Indiana Champions Day at the end of next month. What a lineup we have for all of you. And of course, horsemen excited about Hoosier Day and to showcase their state-bred stars at the end of next month in Indiana Champions Day. But there's the lineup, $600,000 in purses, including the $150,000 Too Much Coffee, the Piedi Bianchi also offering the same purse money, 100 granders, the Circle City in the back home again, plus a very special $2,500 Horseshoe Indianapolis Hoosier Day Legends contest here at the track, presented by the Indiana HBPA. And of course, every day they sponsor the $1 late pick 4.
That's right. And I've got a ticket today, and I'm pretty excited about it. Also, want to just really quickly say Ramos had a double on the card yesterday. I've just shown a lot of his doubles, so I thought we'd show. Plus, he had 3.
Yeah.
So we thought we'd show Mitch. But I just want to give a shout out to Ramos. I said on FanDuel yesterday, he has been trying to close that gap. He wants that title, baby. Look, there we go. Throw him a graphic, Aaron. I love it.
Cactus Flower completing that double for Joe Ramos. As I mentioned, Mitchell Morrow leading the scoring with 3 wins. But insofar as the leaderboard goes, Fernando de la Cruz, the first to hit 80 wins here this season. You mentioned Joe, a couple of winners yesterday. Joe en route perhaps to another riding title here, 66. For Joe Ramos to Fernando's 80. Then you have Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. You have to mention Marcelino because he's right there vying for the bronze medal along with last year's leading jockey Alberto Burgos. There's 1 win between them. Marcelino just holds the edge 53-52. Trainer side of things, I mean, this battle's going to go down to the final week of the meet undoubtedly.
Always
Randy
does.
Klopp,
Makes my life so
42-41 over
easy.
John Harris. And Gennaro Garcia right there at 36 vying for his 6th training
I'm literally
title.
like texting people on closing day. I can't digress. We don't have time. We have the handicaps to talk about.
And yeah, that's coming up. And by the way, talking about next month, October the 1st at Hoosier Day, October the 4th will be a quarter horse Saturday kicking off bright and early. And then, of course, at the end of the next month, Indiana Champions Day. A couple of premier races here on the card today. As I mentioned, toward the start of our pre-race show, Don Dunham, a longtime security guard here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, up here in the clubhouse and downstairs right there by the first floor OTB as we salute Don here today with the first of our premier races. And it's the 6th race. That's the Don Dunham overnight handicap. A lot of staff even asking, what's the race for Don today? It is race 6, 4:45, and it's a sprint over the 6 furlongs.
Yeah, we're really excited for this race, and I wanted to take a look at the 1, Mollystown, who draws into this race. It's 6 furlongs, and we have isn't there a scratch in that race?
3
Yes,
CJ
the 3
Storm.
CJ Storm. I must have scrolled right by it. But yeah, the 1 Mollystown I have in my try, and is actually the defending champion of this race. If you look back, this is our September 25th edition. Last year put up a 91 Brisnet speed figure. Manny Esquivel was aboard, and this is just a really consistent gelding. Manny's up again today. If you look through these races, I mean, it's insane. In 2025, he was 4 for 5. In this year, he's 4 for 5. Last year, he was 9 for 10. He only finished out of the money 1 time last year. And as you can see, he just really, really was tough out of the 3-year-old. It was so close, and it was on the inside that he got it.
But still over 5 this year, Mollystown.
It says by a head. That should definitely have been by a nose.
Short head.
Short head, yeah. But my top selection of that race is Latigo, Ramos coming off of a double, and for Randy Klopp, Deanne and Greg Bayer, some very classy connections who have bred this horse, and it's owned by Roger Spiess and Randy Klopp, 2 of my favorite OG guys there. Kind of just a couple races. The the opening day handicap, Latigo is second by a nose with an 82, and then in the Nobody Listens won by over 3, putting up a 91 on the slop. So that was key for me. There is a little bit of rain. We heard Macy in the forecast. I'm obviously not hoping for rain, but that sloppy effort nudged me just a little bit towards Latigo's way. So those are my thoughts in race 6. Then we're going to skip over to race 8, where we will have the Rick Moore, which very near and dear to our hearts here, just like Dawn. But Rick, been at Hoosier Park since the 90s, was the general manager there, now working with us, and we're just so happy to honor Rick. He's a wonderful guy. Wouldn't be where I am today without him.
2 great people today.
2 great people. Don's the sweetest guy ever. He's the first to make you smile and give you a compliment, and Rick is also a sweetie, the sweetest man. Hot Middles is who I'm going with here. Hot Middles. It's like the good part of a sandwich, Tiana said. All the hot stuff's in the middle.
I like that.
All the good stuff's in the middle, yeah.
Well, and Hot Middles ran in the middle of the race last time out after a terrible start.
That's the PG version. I'll tell you the R-rated version after this, but no, I'm kidding. Hot Middles is owned by Tiana and bred by Tiana, and honestly, I wanted to show you, she was very upset after that last race, even though she got a 3rd, because she kind of got left at the gate.
She was the best.
Yes, yeah, and she looked really good doing it, but if you see here, she's the one.
Orange sleeves.
Orange sleeves. Oh.
There she is back there.
Yeah, she's way back. So she just totally got out of there way farther back than she needed to be. I think that if she gets a nice break today and her and Hannah get forwardly placed, they're going to be tough to catch. Because if you go back to last year, she was, broke the maiden, second in the back home, really nice allowance win, routed on the slop and ended up at 3rd. She doesn't like to go long. She's shown us this year. But honestly, I'm going just kind of like with my Latigo strategy. She has a little bit of slop, off-track form, and that gave me a little bit of an edge to nose her to the lead. So I think these 2 fillies, Hannah and Hot Middles, are going to have a good day today. So I put her on top. My picks in the 8th race are 5, and then I like Work It Windy. Obviously, I think might probably be the favorite, not shocker at all, seeing as this horse also has sloppy, off-track form, couple back a win by 5. These are in allowances, though. I think Hot Middles is a little more classy. And then I did put in the 4, Imagine the Moon from Tony and Katie Duran. If I leave them out on a stakes day again, I'll hear from them. And Rodney had a nice winner yesterday. Obviously, they've had 2 wins back-to-back in the Hoosier Heartland and also in allowance. This horse, how versatile. Just real quick, one more second. July 16th, maybe we can just skip the sponsors. Love you guys, but we're fine. Okay, good. 6 furlongs on the slop on July 16th. Wins in an allowance. It's in completely different fast trap, mile and 16 wins by 3. I mean, this is a horse that I feel like if she gets the trip that she wants and can flash that speed she has, definitely going to be tough. These are some really nice races. I always love to give a shout out to Chris and Chris in the, putting these together. And Valerie, they're so amazing. The whole team, I love you guys. All of you are wonderful, and they really kick butt down there. And we're so proud to have them as part of our team, putting together these great races. And despite the weather, I think we still have a pretty good shot of getting some nice long shots home today.
Yeah, you talk about the premier races that we've run here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Of course, the big ones, talking about the Grade 3 Indiana Derby and Tip Top Thomas, of course, conquering for Todd Pletcher and going on to win the Smarty Jones at Parks
Racing.
Look
at us go. We so
and
fancy.
Clico going on to win the Grade 1 Cotillion at Parks Racing as well last weekend. So Hot Middles, Hannah Leahy, that was a great moment with that sprint handicap win here earlier this season. So certainly keeping our eyes on Hot Middles for Hannah Leahy and Tana Richardville, who, as I mentioned, and we did, of course, getting on the Tuesday score sheet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Thanks to our big sponsors this year. Speaking of the track, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, also Breed Development, and our Winner's Circle sponsor, who will be there for the Don Dunham and also the Rick Moore Handicap. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. By the way, post time for the Rick Moore is 5:47. Scratch the 1. City Prayers. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them on Rachel's iPhone at 765-361-8803 if you're in need to make a call. And also B&H Electric. They are the tote board and starting gate sponsor. They've got locations times. If you're around town, you know them. Shelbyville, Seymour, and Bloomington. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. Indiana's Giant Hubler. If you're looking to
Devin.
hopefully you have a big score with us here today, maybe in the 50 cent early pick 5, 50 cent late pick 5. Take advantage of that low 11.99% takeout. Take advantage of those great prices and deals at Indiana's Giant Hubler. They've got locations in Shelbyville and Franklin. They're on the web at drivehubler.com. And of course, just always drop Racing Rachel's name when in conversations with them at Hubler Ford. Social media-wise, we have you covered on X at John G. Dooley. If you'd like to reach out to me on social, Racing Rachel there as well at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen, she'll be along later today as part of the live broadcast talking about that quarter horse allowance dash with a 350 to wrap us up at the 6 o'clock hour. Brian Aragoni, his 17th
B block.
Pick 5 success
likes that
yesterday.
better than Baby
That coming
B.
out $65.15, and the early pick 5 yesterday got chalky, but at the same time, Brian's payouts this season with his winning pick 5 tickets have averaged $573.
Hey, like I say, a win is a win. If your ticket's 30 and you
100%.
win 45, that's a win.
Social media wise, track wise, we've got you covered on X at HS Indy Racing, on IG at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing, if you like that live look in the morning to see the, Tony Martinez and his crew harrowing the track, getting it ready for today's races. We have to give a shout out to them and the great job they do day in and day out.
Yeah, me and Aaron, my AV guy, we use it. I use it almost every morning, honestly, because I get nervous sometimes if it's going to rain or not.
And it's actually a great tool, by the way, because
It is.
I do the same.
You can watch horses train.
Living downtown, I'm not exactly sure what's happening here in town, so sometimes we'll just keep an eye there on YouTube and check out the live conditions here at the track. Today at the track, an old 9-race main track card. We're off the turf course, so no racing on that Caesars course today. We've got a 2:10 post time tomorrow, just like for our 9-race program here on a muddy main track. We've got a couple of premier races. Look forward to saluting Don Dunham and Rick Moore.
I got the tip sheets
with our
on
premier
socials
races.
today. I'm
Racing
missing
Rachel's
Darby.
Warriors contest for all of you on-track players. Free tip sheets down to the first floor OTB. Quick commercial break here. Real quick commercial break on this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire when Racing Rachel and I step aside here from the clubhouse. After the quick timeout, you'll be joined by racing analyst Brian Aragoni talking about the 50 cent early pick 5 sequence today. Main track is muddy. Back with the B block right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to Block B here at Wire to Wire. Don't be watching that Churchill Downs race. Let's focus in on these first 5 races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a Wednesday. We may be off the turf, but there's plenty of live racing action. Some very, very nice handicaps here at Horseshoe Indy later on in the card. And frankly, I think these pick 5s are going to be competitive. They have an opportunity to pay out. Sometimes when you do come off the turf, you get a ton of scratches. We've got plenty of scratches. However, I think the races might actually be more competitive in off-turf sequences like these than if they had stayed on the turf. But let's see how it shakes out in here. Now just 24 minutes away. I'll take you through the way I view these first 5 races in this spot. Put together a ticket for you. Hopefully we can continue to cash, but if not, just take a couple of things, a couple of ideas off of how I viewed these first 5 races. We start with a non-winners of 2 in here, 3-year-old fillies, all bred in the great state of Indiana, 6 furlongs on a muddy track. Now, our track crew, one of the best in the business, and no, that is not overhype or overspeak. They do a great job on both surfaces, keeping our equine athletes insanely healthy, and they did a great job yesterday. We started sloppy. We went to muddy, then wet fast, eventually got to good. I think today could be the same as well. Scratch number 4 out of the opening event. I thought long and hard about potentially singling. If I was playing 2 tickets, I might have singled Peter's Dream. Just a horse who hasn't really wanted to get there since getting that elusive maiden breaking score. So we're going to spread out, go a little bit deeper than most would in here. I think this is a wide open event, one of the better betting races of this first 5. It looks to be anyone's game in here. Non-winners of 2. All fairly inconsistent. That's why they're at this level, and certainly makes sense in here. So 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. No real strong opinion hitting the all button in the opener. Very creative by yours truly. A lot of analysis going on in the opener, but I promise it will get better in race number 2 in here. Scratch the 4 and 6. JJ's Ranger, Brittany Vandenberg, Orlando Mojica. Amy was named. Mojica picks up the mount. That's something you might want to consider. Amy went over to Churchill Downs, ran 6 last time out, but I like JJ's Ranger. He's just a racehorse. I mean, I know his numbers don't necessarily suggest that he's the most consistent, but here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, he's loved it here. He's got 1 win, 2 seconds, and he's dug down deep. One of the races, I think it was back on July 2nd, he looked to be done, looked to be completely put away, was headed. The other horse may have even gotten half length in front of him, and he battled back to win over Do You Want to Dance, who's very nice. In here, I'm going to take a stand against Golden Hornet. That horse has been a vet scratch in the past, and also a stand against Unpredictable Bay. Those 2 are likely to go off potentially favored in here. Gennaro Garcia, Manny Esquivel. They don't team up all that often, but when they have, they've had a ton of success. I'm going to play against Unpredictable Bay. Didn't really like the way he was moving in the lane last time out. Didn't put in much of an effort. First start off the claim. He has every right to continue to improve. Second time out for Gennaro Garcia, but 1, 5, and 8. A horse you may have overlooked, and one that I'm going to be playing on my pick 4 tickets as well, is Orb of the Borough. This is a horse that Terry Vaughn and Jeff Crozier thought enough of to try over at Churchill Downs. I know it's $12,500, but the purses are big over there. They thought this horse was doing well enough to try over there. Granite went off at 88-1 and finished 7th in an 8-horse field. I get that, but they at least took a kick at the can, and they've got some races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis that certainly make sense. They finished it up okay back on May 5th against Busk at a big number of 50-1, and then they took back and they closed great with Canuto aboard back on June 16th when they lost to Metallic Man and Golden Hornet, but they were closing in good ground. They galloped out far best. I think second start off the layoff, there's certainly upside in what could be a wide open race, and I am fading your A and B horses in Unpredictable Bay along with Golden Hornet in here. 1, 5, and 8 in race number 2 as we kick off the 15% takeout pick 4. Race number 3, our first off-turf event, and with that, no horseshoe hat trick today. We are on an all-main track card. Muddy is the listing at this point. Scratch number 6, Krickenberger out of this event. Another great betting race. I think this is a wide-open event. No true strong opinions. I think Cam's Rocking Gold is a horse that I'm going to try to take a stand against. Some of the computer systems may like that. One horse that I might use I will use, that others won't and could be a separator in here is Sorry Not Sorry. Now, I know the 2 wins have come on the turf. The horse's best races have been on the turf, but this horse has experience on the main track, on a muddy track, and only beaten by 1 length when they were like 6 or 7 wide, and they closed into it very willingly. I think there's some pace to chase in here. Oftentimes when we come off the turf, everyone hustles up, Giddy's right to the lead. They think if they get the lead, they'll come home clean, cap to boot. It's not always the case. Sometimes they go a little bit too fast, and the race can fall apart. Sorry Not Sorry could pick up the pieces and be a separator in your pick 5. I'm going to go deep in race number 3. It looks to be a wide open event with plenty of pace to chase. Race number 4, this is where we're going to narrow it down in here. Concho's Prayer is a horse I do not trust, but is likely the best animal in here, trying claiming ranks for the first time. of the career. Got the maiden special weight victory back on June 23rd. Then ran admirably in the slop behind Slam Dunk Justice, in which they were outbroke, but quickly rushed up to duel. Last time out, tried the turf. They broke well. They sat off the flank of the leader, and it was no good. It was kind of the look away part in here, and I mean no disrespect. Friends with 514 Racing know those guys. The turf experiment didn't pan out. 2 turns didn't pan out. So now they're going to go back to what they know best, sprinting on the main track in here, and I think Concho's Prayer is the one to catch to cash. We'll see if What Now Daddy can become a consistent animal. This is a 3-year-old gelding who ran a huge race, and frankly, if What Now Daddy runs back to that race of September 2nd, they're all running for second, regardless of how Concho's Prayer does perform. Those are the 2 that I'm going to key in on the most in here as we kick off that late fire 5 with the lowest takeout in the nation at 11.99% takeout. Race number 5, plenty of scratches, unfortunately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. I'm going to single Enticing Sunset. I thought this was a horse that if I had $12,000 laying around last time out, I thought was absolutely worth it. Obviously, Cipriano Contreras, he has a lot more money than me and a lot more experience, and frankly, is a lot more educated and smarter than me. I can't come up with any other adjectives to say Cipriano is a much better horseman than I. I'm proud that I thought this was a good claim. He thought so as well. Cipriano Contreras owns and trains Enticing Sunset, now in for a tag of $20,000. The 6-time winner made quick work of Granite. It was 3 other horses, did dominate though, made every pole look like a winning one and won like a good thing very easily last time out. Now since then, the second place runner, Literary, did come back to run a good second place finish while sprinting yesterday, but I think Literary's days may be in the rearview mirror for her. However, Enticing Sunset gets an off track again. Looks to be the controlling speed in here if you're going to try and get creative. Now, it would double your ticket. It would double your cost. But maybe you try to beat the obvious horse like Enticing Sunset. I see this horse as a 3 to 5 runner in here. Sweet Chablis could absolutely win. This is a horse who's been taking on tougher over at Ellis Park and the likes of Churchill Downs. It wasn't all that long ago, in fact, May 8th, that this horse won going 1 turn at Churchill and ran in the slop on opening day at Keeneland earlier on in the spring. I think Sweet Chablis is the main contender in here, and then Little Sister Sue. Throw out Gennaro Garcia at your own accord. Those are some horses you might want to consider. Do I recommend using all 3 in this field? Probably not. But if you don't want to play Enticing Sunset, instead of maybe trying to make a couple $100, you're looking to make $1,000 or more, pay for the next family vacation. Try to beat your 3 to 5 favorite. Try and use some long shots along the way, and that's how you don't always need the longest fields or 12-horse fields to make a ton of money. You just have to beat some favorites along the way. You could potentially beat Enticing Sunset. First start off the claim is going up in class by quite a bit, but is going to be my single in here. I think Enticing Sunset's a 4-year-old filly who just loves to win, and she should get a great pace setup today. John G. Dooley, the best in the business, whether he's down at the fairgrounds or Horseshoe Indianapolis. I love hearing his sweet voice and those undertones with those quirky sayings as they come down that final 1/8 of a mile, 15 minutes away. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes, and then we'll be off and running on a Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Whether you're on track or tuning in on that simulcast feed, we certainly wish you the best of luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. All main track hard. 9 on tap. We're off the turf course. Main track labeled muddy to kick off the card. Under mostly cloudy skies, mid-70s temperature-wise. Main track muddy. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening filly sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. Here's scratch number 4, One Finale. Number 4, One Finale has been scratched. At the top of the card, number 2, Ace of Cats, add 3 pounds to the listed program weight and scratch the 4 from the first. In the second race, Sprint kicks off the $1 early pick 4. Here, number 1, JJ's Ranger, a change of jockey to Orlando Mexica. Orlando Mexica will ride number 1, JJ's Ranger. Number 2, Lord Majesty, 3 pounds over the listed program weight. Scratch the 4, Tricky Moment, and the 6, Holiday House. Scratch the 4 and the 6. Turning to the third, the first of those taken off the turf course. Race 3 at 3:12 will be run on the main track. There's the new distance, 1 mile and 70 yards. Number 6, Quickenberger, has been scratched. Scratch the 6, Quickenberger. No Horseshoe hat-trick, all turf pick 3 on the card. In the fourth race, the start of the 50-cent late pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s featured. Here, no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 8, Eminent Forecast, 1 pound over in race 4. In the fifth race, another off the turf. Race 5, the starter, will be run over the main track at 1 mile. Scratch number 1, Vino's Angel. 2, Razzle Red. Take out 3, Molly's Rose. Scratch 4, Missy B. 5, Timeless Rose. And scratch the 10, Ms. Temptation. No show wagering. No trifecta. No superfecta. Scratch from the mile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the number 10. Number 6, Sweet Chablis. A change of jockey to Chris Landeros. Will partner a 3-time winner, Chris Landeros on the 6, Sweet Chablis in the starter mile. After that, race 6, the first of our 2 premier races here on the Wednesday matinee. The Don Dunham overnight handicap. Scratch number 3, CJ Storm. Number 3, CJ Storm scratched from the Don Dunham. In the 7th race, off the turf, race 7 at 5:16 p.m. will be run on the main track over the mile and 8/16. Scratch 1, Princess Buttercup. 2, Reading Time. Take out the 4, Tis Salty. Scratch 6, Perfect Snow. The 10, Catalyzed. And scratch 11, Gidget Rose Lee. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering, no pentafecta. Scratch 1, 2, 4, 6, 10, and the number 11 all have been withdrawn. Race 8, the second of our premier races here on the Wednesday card. The Rick Moore overnight handicap. Scratch number 1, City Prayers. No pentafecta wagering. Scratch 1, City Prayers from the Rick Moore handicap. And race 9 to close out the card. Scheduled at 6:15. Quarter horse allowance dash over the 350. Here's scratch number 4, Rock Hard Love. Number 4, Rock Hard Love has been scratched from the last of the day. All main track card today. Mostly cloudy skies. Peaks of the sun. Mid-70s. Main track labeled Buddy. Fillies in the walking ring for the sprint opener. 10 minutes away. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 210 first post, main track muddy. Please note here in race 1, late ownership correction. Number 2, Ace of Cats. The owner and trainer should read Anthony Granitz. Tony Granitz trains and is the lone owner of record for number 2. There she is, Ace of Cats. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. The horses called postward for the first race. Starting the card with a filly sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 5. Number 4, One Finale has been scratched. Scratch the 4, One Finale. No superfecta wagering. Number 2, Ace of Cats, add 3 pounds to the program weight. Tony Granitz trains and owns. 2 Ace of Cats ownership correction. Race 1 features exacta trifecta. There's no superfecta. Philly sprint starts, our rolling doubles pick 3s, and the early pick 5 starts here. All 9 races today on the main track. We're off the turf. Main track muddy. 3 minutes. 2 post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5 on an all main track card. Main track buddy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First, Evan Roman with Focaccia. Now Joseph Romero with Ace of Cats. The first couple of fillies in. Jose Gutierrez with Peter's Dream drew 3. 2 back, Rodney Prescott, Luna Diva. Green with the purple diamond belt and cap. At 6 furlongs, 1 more. Last now maiden winner. Indiana Smoke Show, Luis Contreras for leading trainer Randy Klopp. With 42 wins here this season. An all main track card, main track buddy to start. They're in the gate. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Indiana Smoke Show. Peter's Dream right there with the white helmet. And toward the inside is Focaccia with early interest. Luna Diva and Ace of Cats trails here in the Wednesday opener. Making this run near the half-mile pole. Peter's Dream narrowly. Focaccia right there toward the inside for Evan Roman. Running second by a length and a half. With on the outside, Indiana Smoke Show just in third for Luis Contreras. Rodney Prescott and Luna Diva and back of fillies. And with Joseph Romero, Ace of Cats remains last of the quintet. Muddy track, quarter 22.17 seconds with inside 3 furlongs left. It's Peter's Dream. So Peter's Dream spearheads them for Jose Gutierrez in front coming toward the quarter pole. From looming up, Indiana Smoke Show getting her cue. Focaccia straightens away in third from Luna Diva and Ace of Cats is last. Heads are turned for home. Peter's Dream. Indiana Smoke Show. Focaccia rallies on toward the inside. Half mile, 45.34 seconds. Focaccia's coming after Peter's Dream. Peter's Dream just clings on. Coming past the 16th for Jose Gutierrez. Peter's Dream. Focaccia second. Gamely to Peter's Dream. Peter's Dream gets the result from Focaccia. Indiana Smoke Show finished third. .111.06 on the listed muddy track. 111.0631 and third is a photo. Hold all tickets until official. 3 Peter's Dream. 9-5 co-favorite was first. 1 Focaccia at 5-2 was the runner-up after the Philly sprint. 111.06 at the top of the card. Here's the slow-mo. 6 Indiana Smoke Show at 4-1 was third. Number 5 Luna Diva, 9-5. The co-favorite was fourth. We trail back to Ace of Cats. 3-1-6-5-2, the full order. Hold all tickets until official. Jose Gutierrez vying for the Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award here this season. John Harron with his 42nd victory of the season, tied for tops. Race 1 official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 3, Peter's Dream with Jose Gutierrez. Peter's Dream is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Storm's Eye. Out of Perfect List by Peaks and Valleys. For Harron Thoroughbreds LLC of co-leading trainer John Harron, his 42nd win of the season with Peter's Dream, paid 9-5, co-favorite. First results in, 3-1 Exacta paid $12.80. Indiana Smoke Show was third. 50-cent trifecta, 3-1-6, $14.50. There was no superfecta featured. In the Philly Sprint, 4 was a non-runner. Peter's Dream, joint favorite, was first. 5 ran muddy track, 111.06 to start. 18 minutes away, race 2. The next sprint, scratch 4 Tricky Moment and 6 Holiday House. Scratch the 4 number 6. 1 JJ's Ranger, the jockey Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica rides 1 JJ's Ranger. 2 Lord Majesty, 3 pounds over the assigned program weight. Race 2 of 9. On an all main track card, money, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Post time will be at 2:36 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the Philly Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Peter's Dream. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Indiana Smoke Show. Peter's Dream right there with the white helmet. And toward the inside is Focaccia with early interest. Luna Diva and Ace of Cats trails here in the Wednesday opener. Making this run near the half-mile pole, Peter's Dream narrowly. Focaccia right there toward the inside for Evan Roman. Running second by a length and a half. With on the outside, Indiana Smoke Show just in third for Luis Contreras. Rodney Prescott and Luna Diva and back of Phillies. And with Joseph Romero, Ace of Cats remains last of the quintet. Muddy track, quarter 22.17 seconds with inside 3 furlongs left. It's Peter's Dream. So Peter's Dream spearheads them for Jose Gutierrez in front coming toward the quarter pole. From a looming up, Indiana Smoke Show getting her cue. Focaccia straightens away in third from Luna Diva and Ace of Cats is last. Heads are turned for home. Peter's Dream. Indiana Smoke Show. Focaccia rallies on toward the inside. Half mile, 45.34 seconds. Focaccia's coming after Peter's Dream. Peter's Dream just clings on. Coming past the 16th for Jose Gutierrez. Peter's Dream. Focaccia second. Game lead to Peter's Dream. Peter's Dream gets the result from Focaccia. Indiana Smoke Show finished third.
Peter's Dream takes advantage of a dreamy trip, returns 580 on top. Our first favorite home to score, but it was a lukewarm favorite, almost 2-1, 580 on top over Vakosha, who had every chance to get past in that opener, but just would not push by. We kick off the $1 pick 4, 15% takeout coming up 9 minutes from now. Scratch numbers 4 and 6. Tricky moment, Holiday House out of this event. We've got a heavily backed favorite down on the inside, JJ's Ranger, who I'll get to, but I'm going to try to go back-to-back fives. If 5 is your favorite number, hopefully we can get this one home to score in here with VSOP. Jessica Vasquez for Isal Gonzalez. Evan Roman going to be calling the shots for this 3-year-old Dark Bay gelding by Vino Rosso, who has won 3 out of 8 races and done so for 3 different trainers. Steve Asmussen once debuted this horse at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the Kentucky bred, then claimed away for $20,000, was claimed away from Gennaro Garcia for $5,000 after they racked up a couple of wins together. Last time out for Jesse Vasquez, just a photo finish away from getting the job done, and it looked like VSOP was home and cooled for his 4th winner in a row, but he got absolutely nailed by Me and Chili, a horse who had been cutting back from going 2 turns and was plenty fit that day. VSOP got away with an easy lead. Won't get an easy lead today. They went 22.3 and 46 flat last time out, but he was doing so while clear. So it was quick, but he was very clear. He kind of got headed both to the inside and the outside. His beneficiary of a perfect trip didn't last long when he was attacked on both sides and found himself in a horse sandwich. Now, he did go on to outfinish Manuelito, who has since run back and even running 3rd or 4th, just kind of done what he's done this season. Me and Chili came back to run an even running race, going back around 2 turns against much tougher competition. I like the form that VSOP brings in. He's been consistent. He's been an animal that, frankly, since leaving the Asmussen barn, has turned over a new leaf. Now, with that, it's not really fair to say it was Asmussen doing. There's been a ton of class relief. He's been at one of the lower-level class ladders, made in 5,000, claiming 5,000 hours at 2, and then 5,000 hours at 3. He's gone through those conditions pretty quick. He bumped up to 10,000 last time out and proved that he can be legitimate at this level. I know there's some other speed in here who we will get to, but VSOP is to the outside, and like you saw with Peter's Dream and Fakasho, the outside speed horse can make it fairly uncomfortable for the inside speed horse, and that's something that JJ's Ranger is going to have to deal with. The 4-year-old bay gelding brings in a 3 winning for 22 starts here in his career. However, while JJ's Ranger has been relatively inconsistent elsewhere, the one place he has been consistent, this Kentucky bred, has found a new home here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's been just a game-old racehorse in every start here at Horseshoe Indy. 3 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds. But I like the way he did it. I mean, he finished 2nd behind Prince of Pennies, who's in very good form for Michelle Elliott and incredibly quick. Hasn't been seen in some time, but JJ's Ranger went toe-to-toe with Prince of Pennies, who was bringing in a nice win streak. Then looked completely done July 2nd. Looked like Do You Want to Dance and Home Run Happy had put away JJ's Ranger, but he dug down deep. You could see him lower himself and just was a determined effort to get the win on July 2nd. August 2nd, he broke sharp. He ultimately had to sit just off the flank of Taillights, who we'll see running later on today, and he opened up in the lane. He just got nailed late by Taillights, who is in good form. We're going to see how good a form Taillights is later on today. Last time out, they felt good about what they were doing. 3 competitive races in a row here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Went into the deeper waters of Churchill Downs, showed speed, didn't show much finish. 6.5 furlongs, probably a little bit further than he ultimately wants to go. He gets back to a track where he's been as consistent as they come. Inconsistent elsewhere, consistently a good animal here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but Amy doesn't come. Make note, Orlando Mojica gets the mountain here. He was the victor on July 2nd as he gets the leg up in those blue silks here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm going to key in on both VSOP and JJ's Ranger, and it looks like most of the bettors are as well. We'll see if you can go another direction and ultimately get paid, because we are 5 minutes away from the early pick 4, and you can't win it if you're not in it. So get in right now. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch the 4, Tricky Moment, and number 6, Holiday House. Scratch the 4 and number 6. 1, JJ's Ranger, note the jockey. Orlando Mejica leads the parade. Orlando Mejica on the 3-time winner, the 1, JJ's Ranger. Number 2, Lord Majesty is 3 pounds over the listed program weight. Exact the trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4 here. Muddy track, 3 minutes. Late scratch, number 8, Orber the Burrow. Late scratch by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. And there he is. Late scratch on 8, Orber the Burrow. All wagers here on 8, Orber the Burrow, late scratch refunds. There will be a 3 and 8 consolation double. 3-8 consolation double. Those using 8, Orber the Burrow, In a multi-race wager starting on the sprint opener, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch 8, Over the Burrow. After the late scratch on 8, Orb of the Burrow, the 5 sprinters approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Orlando Mexica with JJ's Ranger, the first of 5 to move into the starting gate. Here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Joseph Romero with Lord Majesty joins JJ's Ranger. Golden Hornet would be a double for Jose Gutierrez after winning the sprint opener with Peter's Dream. Now 2 back. Evan Roman with VSOP. At 5.5 furlongs, 1 more. Manny Esquivel with Unpredictable Bay. Orb of the Burrow, the 8 was a late scratch. The 8's a non-runner. Main track remains listed muddy. They're in the gate. And they're off. JJ's Ranger, bit of a bobble. JJ's Ranger for the early lead, along with, right there on the outside, is Golden Hornet. And also, Lord Majesty and the Black Silks whipping up the pace. An early 3-way go as the leaders dash past the half-mile pole, coming 6 clear from VSOP, and Unpredictable Bay is last of the quintet as they enter the far turn. With Jose Gutierrez, Golden Hornet now has taken the overall lead, blazing quarter, 21.81 seconds. Golden Hornet leads JJ's Ranger by just over 3 coming toward the quarter pole. Lord Majesty is outside of JJ's Ranger as Golden Hornet spins them in. Then on the outside, VSOP, and finally Unpredictable Bay. Last of the 5, top of the lane. Golden Hornet leads with the rail. 1 furlong to go. Golden Hornet getting those left-handers from the apprentice. Leads JJ's Ranger still by 2. Lord Majesty third in full stretch. They're close to home. JJ's Ranger trying to close down Golden Hornet. Golden Hornet safe at home by a half length to JJ's Ranger. Lord Majesty third, then Unpredictable Bay and VSOP. .103.61. Muddy track after the running of race 2. 3-1-2-7, the unofficial run order. First number 3, Golden Hornet at 8-5. 1, JJ's Ranger, 5-2 on the runner-up. 2, Lord Majesty at 12-1 third, and 7, Unpredictable Bay at 5-1 fourth. VSOP last to 5. Late scratch on that 8, Orb of the Burrow. Stand by for a consolation 3-8 double. The 8 was a non-runner, 3-1-2-7. Apprentice Jose Gutierrez making quick work of the early double. Here for Israel J. Garcia at 8-5. The favorite obliges. The result of the second race is now official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 3, Golden Hornet. Quick fire double for Jose Gutierrez. Golden Hornet is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Flatter. Out of the More Than Ready mare, she's ready made. Owned and trained by Israel J. Garcia. The winner was bred in New York by Newtowner Stud. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Golden Hornet. Sprints to a win in 103.61 seconds, muddy. 3-1 exacta paid $15.40. 50-cent trifecta, 3-1-2, $17.75. Unpredictable Bay fourth, 10-cent superfecta. There's that result. 3-1-2-7, paid $6.61. VSOP was last to the 5. Couple of doubles. 3-3, the Jose Gutierrez Peter's Dream to Golden Hornet Natural Double, $19.80. 3-8 for that consolation double, 3-8, $4.80. In the sprint, the 4, 6, and 8 with the non-runners. Favorite first. 5 faced the starter, 103.61 seconds. 20 minutes away from race 3, the first of those taken off the turf course, all main track card. Race 3 will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 6 Krickenberger. 6 Krickenberger scratched. There's no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 featured. All main track card money. Race 3 of 9. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:07 now. Main track remains listed muddy. They're in the gate. And they're off. J.J.'s Ranger, bit of a bobble. J.J.'s Ranger for the early lead, along with, right there on the outside, is Golden Hornet. And also, Lord Majesty and the Black Silks whipping up the pace. An early 3-way go as the leaders dash past the half-mile pole, coming 6 clear from VSOP. And Unpredictable Bay is last of the quintet as they enter the far turn. With Jose Gutierrez, Golden Hornet now has taken the overall lead, blazing quarter, 21.81 seconds. Golden Hornet leads JJ's Ranger by just over 3 coming toward the quarter pole. Lord's Majesty is outside of JJ's Ranger as Golden Hornet spins them in. Then on the outside, VSOP, and finally Unpredictable Bay. Last of the 5, top of the lane. Golden Hornet leads with the rail. 12 furlong to go. Golden Hornet getting those left-handers from the apprentice. Leads JJ's Ranger still by 2. Lord Majesty third in full stretch. They're close to home. JJ's Ranger trying to close down Golden Hornet. Golden Hornet safe at home by a half length to JJ's Ranger. Lord Majesty main track remains listed muddy. They're in the gate. From the second race, there were 2 claims in for number 5, VSOP, for $10,000 in a 2-way shake. VSOP claim by Gennaro Garcia and William Wargel. Trainer Gennaro Garcia, with 36 wins here this meet, claimed VSOP, ran 5th. 5 ran.
See the state's top thoroughbreds and quarter horses compete for year-end honors in the 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Plus, enjoy a free cigar rolling station with those 21 years of age and older, along with handicapping contests, $3,000 mega bet wagers, winner's circle giveaways, and more. Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at 11 a.m. More information available on our social media at HS Indy Racing, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Please note, the main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis now upgraded from muddy to good. All main track cars were off the turf. Main track now labeled good.
We are 9 minutes to the third race here, Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we did have a grass race here in allowance, but we only have dirt today, main track only. So we're going to contest this race on the dirt at a mile and a 70. It's an allowance for Indiana breds, fillies, and mares, 3-year-olds and up. And Krickenberger, the 6, is out of here. I really liked Krickenberger, but it is what it is. The 2 Watcher is my top selection in here, which is 3-1 right now on the tote board. Fernando de la Cruz, our top jock, gets the mount here for Mr. Aaron West, a 4-year-old filly by Tapature. And, I think he almost sort of was hoping that he tried her this last time. I don't think she liked turf. She's really got nice dirt for him. In allowance ranks, Erin is 21%, but she's a mid-pack runner here, and so she's going to probably set off the pace, and she's going to need something to run at, and I think the 1's going to give her that. The way that I see this playing out, I went 2-1 just because I think the 1's going to send, and the 2 will kind of sit back and wait, and if they go fast on the front end, then I think that it's the 2's late race to lose. On top of that, this horse has a bullet work on September 18th, Indiana 4 furlongs on a fast track, 47, breezing 1 of 20. Then I'm going to go to the 1, Temple Painter. There's a lot of upside at Temple Painter. I'm not shocked that she's the co-favorite here with the 7, but Temple Painter here gets Evan Roman in the irons for Rob Dobbs. This 3-year-old filly is here on the rail today in this race. She's coming off a 2nd place finish on the turf, so I'm sure they did want to keep it on the turf, but she did just get a win on July 30th. She has the highest last race speed rating of 74, and she's going down from a mile and a 16th to a mile and 70, which is today's distance. And I think it's her preferred one. She has a buyer early pace rating of 92 as well, and that little relief in distance I think is going to help her out. Then I'm going to go to the 5, Sudden Rise. Jose Gutierrez looking for the hat trick today. Had a win in the first race and the second race, and he's aboard here for Michelle Elliott. This horse is a closer as well, so I think also needs something to run out. I highlighted the August 16th, tried a mile and a 16th. It was on a good track. John just told us we're updated to good here. It was in an allowance, and it was a win. I'd like that he switches to Gutierrez. He's obviously hot and could possibly get the hat trick here with Sudden Rise at 5-1 on the tote board. 2-1-5 for me here in the third race for 6 minutes to post. Good luck.
Stepping onto the track now for the third race. This one of the three taken off the turf course. Well, main track card, main track now labeled good. At 1 mile and 70 yards, note the new distance here, 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch the 6 Krickenberger. 6 Krickenberger scratched, a field of 6. Race 3 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. There's no horseshoe, hat trick, all turf pick 3 featured. Main track good, 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute 2 post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards. Main track start. Main track good. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Evan Roman with Temple Painter. The first Indiana bred filling into the starting gate. Now Watcher, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 80 wins here this season. Watcher joined Temple Painter loading up. Alberto Burgos with Sorry Not Sorry. Mitch Murrell with Cam's Rock and Gold. Temple Painter right now 8-5 favorite. 9-1 Cam's Rock and Gold. Two back. Sudden Rise. Jose Gutierrez swept the opening double with Peter's Dream and Golden Hornet. One more. Chris Landeros with Belmore Kraken. It's 103 taken off the Caesars course. Main track card, main track now labeled good. They're in the gate. They're off. And toward the inside, Temple Painter sharply away from the rail for Evan Roman to assume command as they make their way into the first turn. Watcher tracks Temple Painter. Then toward the inside, Cam's Rock and Gold off just a step slow, now making inroads near the inside parts of the track with 7 furlongs to run. Sudden Rise has the white dots on the black sleeves as these fillies go to the back of this now good track. Sorry Not Sorry, and making her 4-year-old seasonal bow, Wilmore Kraken trails. The front runner is Temple Painter, easily out in front for Evan. Temple Painter takes them through a quarter in 23.86 seconds. Watcher staying close to Temple Painter, who's dictating her own terms to Watcher, second on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz. In the meantime, Sudden Rise coming up 3 wide with her bid for Jose Gutierrez, Mitchell Murrell, and Cam's Rock and Gold tucked in toward the rail. Going past the half-mile pole, Alberto Burgos and Sorry Not Sorry remains the second to last filly, and with Chris Landeros, Wilmore Kraken remains last of the sextet. Half-mile 47.56 seconds. Watcher quickens up Temple Painter. A neck apart now with inside 3 to go. They're tracked by Sudden Rise, running in third as Watcher takes the lead on the edge of the quarter pole. Sorry Not Sorry in the white cap. Cam's Rock and Gold and Wilmore Kraken is last. They straighten away with Fernando de la Cruz. Watcher, 3/4, 1 minute 11.31 seconds. And Watcher widens on Temple Painter coming through the stretch. Farther back is Sorry Not Sorry, who's vying for third with Sudden Rise. And then Wilmore Kraken with Fernando de la Cruz, Watcher, and she is just pouring it on near home. Watcher wins decisively. 6 lengths on the wire from Temple Painter. Sorry Not Sorry finished third. Sudden Rise back and forth. .141.30 after the running of race 3. Good track. 141.30 seconds. 2-1 then a show photo. First number 2, Watcher at 8-5. 1 Temple Painter and Even Money. The favorite ran second. Third is a photo. Here's the slow-mo view. Watcher, clear-cut win. Meet leader Fernando de la Cruz bringing up his 81st of the season. Closing day, Thursday, November 13th. Here for Aaron M. West, Jeff Mattingly's Final Furlong Stables LLC. Temple Painter was second. Sorry Not Sorry, 13 to 1/3. 5 Sudden Rise, 19 to 1/4. Hold all tickets until official, 2135. The winning groom, leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Number 2, Watcher, onto the hands of leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Watcher's a 4-year-old bay filly by Temperature, and a Cadillac Kelly by El Prado. Aaron and West trains for Jeff Mattingly's Final Furlong Stables LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Watcher. Was the 8-5 second choice, race 3 official. 2-1 Exacta, netted $8.60. The first pick 3 on the card, $12.95. The 50-cent trifecta, 2-1-3, $9.40. 3-2 double, $19.80. Sudden Rise 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 2-1-3-5, paid $5.91. In race 3, the 6 was a non-runner. The first of 3 off the turf course here today. Main track good, favorite, second. 6 ran, 141.30 seconds. Race 4 next. In the sprint, no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 8, Imminent Forecast, 1 pound over the listed program weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Started the 50-cent late pick 5 with a sprint. Post time, 3:38. Now labeled good, they're in the gate. They're off. And toward the inside, Temple Painter, sharply away from the rail for Evan Roman to assume command. As they make their way into the first turn, Watcher tracks Temple Painter. Then toward the inside, Cam's Rock and Gold off just a step slow, now making inroads near the inside parts of the track with 7 furlongs to run. Sudden Rise has the white dots on the black sleeves as these fillies go to the back of this now good track. Sorry Not Sorry, and making her 4-year-old seasonal bow, Wilmore Kraken trails. Front runner is Temple Painter, easily out in front for Evan. Temple Painter takes them through a quarter in 23.86 seconds. Watcher staying close to Temple Painter, who's dictating her own terms to Watcher, second on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz. In the meantime, Sudden Rise coming up 3 wide with her bid for Jose Gutierrez, Mitchell Murrell, and Cam's Rock and Gold tucked in toward the rail, going past the half-mile pole. Alberto Burgos and Sorry Not Sorry remains the second to last filly, and with Chris Landeros, Wilmore Kraken remains last of the sextet. Half-mile, 47.56 seconds. Watcher quickens up Temple Painter. A neck apart now with inside 3 to go. They're tracked by Sudden Rise, running in third as Watcher takes the lead on the edge of the quarter pole. Sorry Not Sorry in the white cap. Cam's Rock and Gold, and Wilmore Kraken is last. They straighten away with Fernando de la Cruz. Watcher, 3/4, 1 minute 11.31 seconds, and Watcher widens on Temple Painter coming through the stretch. Farther back is Sorry Not Sorry, who's vying for third with Sudden Rise, and then Wilmore Kraken with Fernanda de la Cruz. Watcher, and she is just pouring it on near home. Watcher wins decisively. 6 lengths on the wire from Temple Painter. Sorry Not Sorry finished third. Sudden Rise back in. Now labeled good. They're in the game. They're off.
Here we are 11 minutes away from race number 4 on a good track. Currently listed as good, upgraded from muddy off the turf today. So make note of that when you're playing those late flyer 5 tickets with the lowest takeout in the country. No scratches, no changes into the upcoming 4th race. But let's take a look at this field. 6 furlongs going to be the sprint distance in here for non-winners of 2, claiming $20,000. And I'm going to go to your current 4-1 ice cold on the board, but unlikely to stay ice cold, Concho's Prayer. Tim Eggleston bred this one here at home in Horseshoe in Indiana, but now owned by 514 Racing. Mitch Murrow going to be calling the shots as he was last time out. Concho's Prayer exits a 2-turn turf race, which I'm not sure we'll see Concho's Prayer back on the turf anytime soon. Didn't do much with it. She went off at 6-1, he went off at 6-1, broke well, sat just off the flank of the leader that day, and just never went on with it. Never kicked, never had a punch. Not sure if it was the turf or the distance or both, but cuts back in distance today. Should be able to get the job done in here for 514 Racing. I think this is the one to catch to cash. Should be have more endurance today, going from the turf to the dirt and cutting back. Speed has never been an issue. It's been finishing off his races. We'll see if he can do just that with Mitch Murrow in the saddle. For the top selection, Concho's Prayer, who's projected to go off as low as even money based on those DRF projections, but current favorite, who's actually kind of the opposite for wagering, taking a lot of love right now, is What Now Daddy at 5-2. However, if you're following the DRF computer algorithm, those DRF projections, which I strongly encourage you to do, What Now Daddy, when the gates pop, is likely to be a huge overlay. So this could be one of those ones everyone grabs their screen grab of Concho's Prayer loading at 7-2 and going off at even money. It might be the opposite for What Now Daddy. 5-2 currently favored at this point, but those projections based off the will pays for the daily doubles and what I find to be the most accurate, those pick 3 will pays, would indicate that What Now Daddy is likely going to be an overlay, if not right near that 9-2 morning line. An impressive victor last time out on September 2nd. Comes back on 22 days rest, takes on winners for the first time. This horse, much like Concho's Prayer, has always shown speed, hasn't shown much finish. Last time out, Fernando de la Cruz got aboard, and things were just completely different. What Now Daddy was full of run. Was never pressured on the front end, did step away to a fairly easy lead, going almost 59, but finished off the race very nicely. If they can translate that effort from September 2nd to today, they could be in with a big, big chance. But down on the inside is going to be the ultimate X factor in here. Jesse Vasquez for Gutierrez. Gutierrez already a riding double on the day. Jessica Vasquez owns and trains Mama's Wish, a 3-year-old gelding by Notional, who puts the blinkers on today. The ultimate equipment change is getting gelded, but the second one is putting blinkers on, and another one who goes turf to dirt in play and cuts back. And now you have to be forgiving here with Mama's Wish, but this is a horse who put together some pretty nice races earlier on in the season. In fact, got the maiden breaking score at 45-1, in which they broke well, showed good tactical speed, and ultimately ran huge on one of our opening weeks on April 16th. And then they put in a very nice effort at, again, a huge number of 36-1 in the Sagamore Sired Handicap in the slop, only beaten by 6 lengths behind Mondavilla in stakes competition. Since then, the wheels have kind of fallen off. Haven't been able to show much speed. They've tried 2 turns. They've tried the dirt. They're trying to get Mama's Wish back to his winning ways. Maybe the blinkers going on could do the trick in here, but a long shot that you might want to consider. Let's take a look at this late fire 5. 11.99% takeout. Not going to overlook the lowest takeout offer for horizontal players in the country, so we're going to put together a ticket more often than not, playing 2, maybe 3 tickets. I'm going to key in on the 2 speed balls in here, Concho's Prayer and What Now Daddy. I think those are the 2 to beat into this spot. Race number 5, likely winner and very nice claim, at least in my opinion, is Enticing Sunset. Cipriano Contreras, Manny Esquivel may get a little bit lucky that they were rained off the turf just as they were rained off last time out. Went off at 8-5, and Enticing Sunset never looked like a loser. Now, granted, it was against 3 other horses. Today, much tougher competition, going from $12,000 claiming to $20,000 claiming. but I think it's going to be the same result for the win-happy filly, who's 6 for 16, looking for her 7th win with Manny Esquivel aboard. After that, the races get significantly tougher. Those handicaps coming up in both races 6 and 8 are challenging endeavors. The 6th race, an excellent betting opportunity in here. I'm going to spread out, go a little bit deeper. I think Taillights could potentially upset the apple cart in here. JJ's Ranger did run admirably earlier today. Taillights just beat that one back on August 24th. A horse who's going in good form, and horses like Latigo are going to be heavily backed along with good-looking Justice. Maybe Molly's Town should get a great trip down the inside with Manny Esquivel aboard. But the riders get in the leg up. A field of 8 kicks off today's Late Fire 5 next.
The horses call postward now for the 4th race. The sprint will be run over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. No scratches, all 8 run, no rider changes. Number 8, Imminent Forecast, add 1 pound to the listed program weight there. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Sprint starts off another rolling double, pick 3, and the 50-cent early pick 5 starts here on an all main track card. Main track good. 3 minutes. 2 post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Main track good. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First Mama's Wish. Jose Gutierrez swept the early double. Musty Red coming up. Alberto Burgos with 52 wins here this season. What Now Daddy would be a double for Fernando de la Cruz. Joe Ramos, Blue Callan, like What Now Daddy, both for Randy Klopp. Mitchell Merle with Concho's Prayer in the green and gold. Evan Roman with Tank Walk, drew 7. Here, all 8 run. Main track remains labeled good. One more, Rodney Prescott with Imminent Forecast. Southwick is in the gate now, Imminent Forecast. All in line. The Robin sprinting. Fast start for What Now Daddy. Quickly engaged by Southwick. Imminent Forecast is right there, along with Blue Callan with early interest. It's What Now Daddy. For Fernando de la Cruz, What Now Daddy sped to the front from a chasing Imminent Forecast with Tank Walk, their second and third. To the inside is Concho's Prayer, who's fourth, going past the half-mile pole. Southwick next in fifth. Blue Callan making headway from sixth position at the 3.5. Then comes Mama's Wish and Musty Red trails. The quarter 22.20 seconds. They roll to 3 furlongs from home. What Now Daddy leads here coming toward the quarter pole from Imminent Forecast, second and tracking by 3. Blue Callan is now in third, coming past the quarter pole. Concho's Prayer, Tank Walk is back in fifth. Mama's Wish and the white cap on the far outside. Southwick and the 10-year-old Musty Red. Top of the lane, What Now Daddy, Imminent Forecast, 1-2. Half mile, 45.19 seconds. What Now Daddy past the 8th pole. Imminent Forecast trying to inch up for Rodney Prescott. Toward the inside is Concho's Prayer. Musty Red is rallying on. They come past the 16th. With Fernando de la Cruz. What Now Daddy holds Imminent Forecast. What Now Daddy does it by 2. From Imminent Forecast, Musty Red third and Mama's Wish finished fourth. One 11.66 seconds on that good track. 111.66. 5.821. First number 5, What Now Daddy, at 9-2. Number 8, Imminent Forecast, at 9-1. Chase the winner throughout. Here's the slow-mo. 2, Musty Red, at 80-1. Rallies from off the pace into the trifecta. 1, Mama's Wish was fourth. Concho's Prayer next. From Tank Walk, Blue Callan, What Now Daddy winning for leading trainer Randy Klopp, co-leader, and Southwick. 111.66. A couple wins on the card for Fernando de la Cruz, Liz Klopp, Randy Klopp, 9-2. What Now Daddy? Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 5. What Now Daddy? Riding double for Fernando de la Cruz. Wins 81 and 82 of the season. Race 4 official. What Now Daddy is a 3-year-old bay gelding by What Now? Out of the Skylord mare, Checker Wreck. And the Navy Silks for Liz Klopp. Randy Klopp vying for another training title here this season. Saddled What Now Daddy? A 9-2 sprint winner. Results in 5-8 exacta paid $114.60. 50-cent trifecta 582, $525.15. Pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. Paid out $42.65. 2-5 double $62.20. The 10-cent superfecta. Mama's Wish was 4th. 5821 10-cent superfecta paid $488.16. In a seesaw training battle between Randy Klopp and John Harron. John Harron just claimed the winner for $20,000. What Now Daddy switching over to new owner and trainer John Harron, vying for the training title here this season. 111.66 after the running of race 4. In the 5th. The second of 3 taken off that Caesars turf course after the rain here earlier in the week. Scratch 1 Vino's Angel, 2 Razzle Red, 3 Molly's Rose. Take out 4 Missy B, 5 Timeless Rose, and scratch the 10 Miss Temptation. Race 5, main track good over the mile. No show, no trifecta. Scratch the superfecta. Scratch the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 10. 6, Sweet Chablis, a jockey change to Chris Landeros. Chris Landeros on 6, Sweet Chablis. Win place, exacta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. Post time will be 4:09. The Robin sprinting. Fast start for What Now Daddy. Quickly engaged by Southwick. Eminent Forecast is right there, along with Blue Callan with early interest. It's What Now Daddy. For Fernando de la Cruz, What Now Daddy sped to the front from a chasing Eminent Forecast with Tank Walk their second and third. To the inside is Concho's Prayer, who's 4th, going past the half-mile pole. Southwick next in 5th. Blue Callan making headway from 6th position at the 3.5. Then comes Mama's Wish and Musty Red Trails. The quarter 22.20 seconds. They roll to 3 furlongs from home. What Now Daddy leads here coming toward the quarter pole from Eminent Forecast, second and tracking by 3. Blue Callan is now in 3rd, coming past the quarter pole. Concho's Prayer, Tank Walk is back in 5th. Mama's Wish and the white cap on the far outside. Southwick and the 10-year-old Musty Red. Top of the lane, What Now Daddy, Eminent Forecast, 1-2. Half mile, 45.19 seconds. What Now Daddy past the 8th pole. Eminent Forecast trying to inch up for Rodney Prescott. Toward the inside is Concho's Prayer. Musty Red is rallying on. They come past the 16th with Fernando de la Cruz. What Now Daddy holds Eminent Forecast. What Now Daddy does it by 2. From Eminent Forecast, Musty Red 3rd and Mama's Wish finished 4th.
11 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a filly and mare, 3-year-old and up. Starter, optional, claiming for 20. And we were supposed to go 7.5 on the grass, but we are now going on mile. We've been scratched down. Just the 6 through 9 are in this race. There's no try, no superfecta, no show wagering. So I'm just going to talk about my pick 4 ticket. I think this is going to be a spot where obviously when you have shortened field like this, you can single, which I did with the 6. Even money right now on the tote board to start my Itoba late pick 4 ticket. That is $1 wager. I got a lot of positivity about switching to that $1 minimum for the pick 4s, and very happy to be sponsored by the Indiana Thoroughbred Owner and Breeders Association. Even money, not shocked. Landeros is up. Chris is in town. He's ridden here in the past quite a lot. I'm not sure if people realize that, but he early in his career was here in Indiana for quite a while. He's riding for Andrew McKeever in this race. This is a 5-year-old mare by Malibu Moon, who's been primarily in Kentucky. I was kind of shocked that this horse had never ran on here in Indiana, but it's been at Turfway, Keeneland, Churchill, and is dropping down in class. I actually highlighted the last race that this one ran for Anna Mia on May 8th in it claiming for 20. We're in here in a optional claiming for 20 as well. Won that day with Luis Saez up as the bettor's favorite by 7.5 and put up an 84 Brisnet speed figure. I mean, this is a pretty tough, hard-knocking lady. I think with the class relief, she is going to be able to take this one, and I singled her in my ticket. Let's move on now to the next race, which is the Dawn Dunham. I'll be down in the paddock going over that. And my $36 ticket up there, the Itoba pick 4, and I went 1, 2, 4, 6 in the 6th race. I think our handicaps today, the Rick Moore and the Dawn Dunham, are pretty tough. My top selection in the 6th race is the 4, and that is Latigo. Now, I was telling John earlier that during the pre-race show that the reason why I gave this horse a little bit of an edge is because of the races that this horse has ran on and off track. Now we're good. I saw a little bit of rain in the forecast, and we had gotten some rain yesterday, so I thought, maybe I better give the edge to the horses who have some recent form on and off going. I highlighted the opening day handicap, which is very similar to this. That was at 5.5. Today we are going 6. Not a huge difference there, obviously, but was second nosed out in the opening day handicap. Won the $100,000 Nobody Listens on the slot by 3.25. So if we do happen to get, which we're not, it's beautiful and sunny, but that was on the slot. So very versatile guy, Latigo. And then I included the 1 and the 2, a little bit of a long shot at 12-1 on the morning line. The 6 I entered from the Haran barn. Evan Roman is up for John Haran, who won the opener, so he'll be looking for a double in the next race in that Dawn Dunham handicap. Coming out of the Empire, didn't like going 2 turns, but look at the sprints. I think this horse has good comparable numbers. And an optional claimer, 50 on April 29th was nice, 5.5 on a good track. Then we're going to go to the 7th race, which also was supposed to be on the turf. It got scratched down as well. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left in that one. 5-horse field, and I went 3, 7, 9 on my ticket. I included Frosted Kisses from Ethan West with Marcelino Pedroza up. This horse actually has pretty good numbers, mostly on the turf, but I thought maybe, the one time he ran on the turf was debut, and he did not. Probably has learned a lot since then. Mitchell had a triple yesterday. He's on the 7 Sweet Voyage, Mitch Merle, and this horse coming out of a claiming for 25, but does have a second coming off here on May 28th at this distance. It's a My Race horse. And co-owned by Jeff Hiles, and then the 9 and 9. I talked about the 9 already. I talked about the 7. Oh, it's a 3. The other one on my ticket is Taco Cat backwards, because Taco Cat backwards is Taco Cat, and that's one of me and my kids' favorite games. Taco Cat Goat Cheese Pizza. Fernando double. He's looking for a triple with this one. And then to round it out, I went 4, 5, 6 in the 8th race. The wonderful and amazing Rick Moore is in the house right now. He's had such a huge impact on most of us that work here, and we're very happy to name this race after him, and very glad that he's doing well. I got hot middles on top. I don't know if Tiana's gonna slap me for that or what, but I just love her. I love the fillies. Mike Joyce has now nicknamed Hannah Leahy Hannah Slahy. She was left at the gate last time. She loves sprinting. She doesn't mind an off track. I gave her the edge in that race. And then I also put Imagine the Moon in there, who's coming off a win. And I think the jockeys are about to get the leg up shortly. So to round it out, I have the 6, Work It Wendy, who will probably go off as the favorite because, I mean, look at those last 2 races, 2 wins. It's just sometimes in the handicaps. But she caught the slop. She's a little bit of a question mark for me, probably not for everybody else. But she does have early speed, winner last. And obviously, Rob Dobbs is crushing it this year. He had a great year last year. That's my $36 play. 6 by 1246, by 379, by 456. Horses are about to head to the track for the 5th race, the start of the Itoba Late Pick 4. Good luck.
The horses call posted now for the 5th race, a field of 4. This race, one of the 3 taken off the Caesars course. All main track card, main track good here over the mile. Scratch 1, Vino's Angel. 2, Razzle Red. Scratch 3, Molly's Rose. 4, Missy B. Take out the 5, Timeless Rose, and scratch 10, Ms. Temptation. No show, no trifecta wagering, no superfecta. Over the mile, scratch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the number 10. 6, Sweet Chablis. Chris Landeros rides the 3-time winner. Sweet Chablis, Chris Landeros. Exacta, double pick 3. Starts of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Track remains listed good. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba at hand. Main track good. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile main track start. Less than a minute. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the mile. Chris Landeros with Sweet Chablis. Now Alex Achard with Little Sister Sue. Join Sweet Chablis. Manny Esquivel, Enticing Sunset. Main track good. Hero of the mile. One more Kentucky bred. Dream on Stormy. Rodney Prescott with 4,161 career wins. They're in the game. They're off. Sweet Chablis. Dream on Stormy is up and after the lead. Enticing Sunset and Little Sister Sue in the red cap as they enter the first turn. It's Dream on Stormy to the early lead for Rodney Prescott in front of Enticing Sunset, who follows into second position at the 6.5. Sweet Chablis and one more to Little Sister Sue. It's Dream on Stormy. So Dream on Stormy leads the mile, establishes a 2-length lead. Manny Esquivel and Enticing Sunset, second and keen to engage. Dream on Stormy, who leads up the back. Chris Landeros and Sweet Chablis running in third by 3/4 length. And with Alex Achard, Little Sister Sue is last of the quartet with 14 wins between them and just over a half mile to run. Dream on Stormy from Enticing Sunset, Sweet Chablis, and Little Sister Sue. There's been no twist in the plot. Dream on Stormy continues to lead Enticing Sunset, but now by 2.5 lengths. It's two more to nearest the inside, Sweet Chablis, and finally Little Sister Sue. Half mile for Dream on Stormy, 47.78 seconds. Around the far turn that way with Rodney Prescott. Dream on Stormy continues to lead. Enticing Sunset, who's trying to inch in. Little Sister Sue is gearing up. Little Sister Sue coming with a wide move now. And toward the inside is Sweet Chablis in the hunt. They straighten away. Little Sister Sue sweeping. 3/4, 1 minute 13.16 seconds. Little Sister Sue, Enticing Sunset. They come to take on Dream on Stormy, who's dropped back now once under pressure. And here's Sweet Chablis, who's let loose by Chris Landeros. And there she goes. Sweet Chablis took charge, pulls clear, and wins by 3. Little Sister Sue finished second. 139.94 seconds after the mile. 139.94, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6 Sweet Chablis, 6 to 5 at the off first. Number 7 Little Sister Sue, 6 to 1 was second. 8 Enticing Sunset and 9 Dream on Stormy. There was no show, no trifecta, no superfecta. There's the full order. Chris Landeros for Andrew McKeever. The Malibu Moon Mare, Sweet Chablis at 6 to 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 6. Sweet Chablis. Chris Landeros getting on the Wednesday scoreboard. Sweet Chablis is a 5-year-old bay mare by Malibu Moon. At a Celsius by Unbridled Song. Trained by Andrew McKeever. Owned by Sam Stables LLC of Stephanie Parrish and Papillon Stables of Jim Parrish. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sweet Chablis official. $4.60 to win. 6-7 exacta paid $15.40. 5-6 double paid $47.20. There was no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering featured. Dollar early pick 4, $500, 10 cents on 4 to 4. 50-cent pick 3, 2 with the 5 with the 6 Sweet Chablis, $44.85. 50-cent early pick 5 on 5 of 5 paid $338.50. 4 ran, 139.94. Good track it remains. The first of our 2 premier races here on the Wednesday card. The Don Dunham Overnight Handicap. Longtime security guard here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Always great to have Don here at the track. He'll be making the winner's presentation. The first of our sprint handicaps. Scratch D3, CJ Storm. Number 3, CJ Storm has been scratched. Race 6 of 9 carded with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, the 10-cent Grand High 5, first pentafecta featured on the card, and the Don Dunham. Post time in 20 minutes at 4:40. They're off. Sweet Chablis. Dream on Stormy is up and after the lead. Enticing Sunset and Little Sister Sue in the red cap as they enter the first turn. It's Dream on Stormy to the early lead for Rodney Prescott in front of Enticing Sunset, who follows into second position at the 6.5. Sweet Chablis and one more to Little Sister Sue. It's Dream on Stormy. So Dream on Stormy leads the mile, establishes a 2-length lead. Manny Esquivel and Enticing Sunset second and keen to engage. Dream on Stormy, who leads up the back. Chris Landeros and Sweet Chablis running in third by 3/4 of a length. And with Alex Achard, Little Sister Sue is last of the quartet with 14 wins between them and just over a half-mile to run. Dream on Stormy from Enticing Sunset, Sweet Chablis, and Little Sister Sue. There's been no twist in the plot. Dream on Stormy continues to lead Enticing Sunset, but now by 2.5 lengths. It's 2 more to nearest the inside, Sweet Chablis, and finally Little Sister Sue. Half mile for Dream on Stormy. 47.78 seconds. Around the far turn that way with Rodney Prescott. Dreamont Stormy continues to lead. Enticing Sunset, who's trying to inch in. Little Sister Sue is gearing up. Little Sister Sue coming with a wide move now. And toward the inside is Sweet Chablis in the hunt. They straighten away. Little Sister Sue sweeping. 3/4 1 minute 13.16 seconds. Little Sister Sue, Enticing Sunset. They come to take on Dreamont Stormy, who's dropped back now once under pressure. And here's Sweet Chablis, who's let loose by Chris Landeros. And there she goes. Sweet Chablis took charge, pulls clear, and wins by 3. Little Sister Sue finished second. In the game, Theroth, Sweet.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Minutes to the sixth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, down here in the paddock, getting a good look at everybody. And I gotta say, the one here, Mollystown, who I did include in my selections, looks really good here in the paddock. As our valet, Junior Orlando said, that's a big girl. She is. I think I said it first, and he disagreed with me. But Ramos and Klopp team up here with her. But first, we're going to talk about my top selection and the current favorite, and that is the 4 at 2-1, Latigo. Now, you guys can all thank me for the fast track in the sunny weather, because between our boss Eric Hallstrom saying, hey, if it does rain, do we have this backup plan? And being prepared for it always gives us great weather. When we don't want it, that's when we get the rain. So, and then of course I handicapped thinking, if we do get these pop-up showers, I've got a couple horses in here that like it off track. But hey, Latigo likes it like this as well. So, in this race, Ramos, as I said, is aboard. Joe Ramos is aboard for Randy Klopp, and he's looking for his first win, and I know he'd be happy if it was one of our premier races, that's for sure. He has ridden this guy in all of his, let me just double check, all of his mounts in 2025. He's 3 of 5 this year. He won the Nobody Listens by 3 1/4 lengths, and that's why I gave him a little bit of an edge here. I looked at the opening day handicap, which is a similar race. It was at 5.5, and today we're going 6 furlongs, and he was nosed out in that race and put up an 82. Then comes back in the $100,000 Nobody Listens handicap and ends up putting up a 91 and winning by over 3 on the slop. So he definitely is a horse that is very, very talented. He has great speed numbers. He's owned by a couple of great guys, Rogers Feast and Randy Klopp, and bred by Deanna and Greg Bayer. I'm going to go next to the 2, Good Looking Justice. Now, Good Looking Justice, he is a 4-year-old colt. Sammy B is aboard for Aaron West. Sammy Bermuda's having a good meet. Now, Aaron, he's looking for a double after winning the 3rd race. And, this one also is very versatile. Now, the last 3 races on the slop is what I kind of focused on, and 2 of those were outstanding. He definitely kind of got up and tried to duel in the Nobody Listens, but in the allowance 3 back, he won by almost 8 with Sammy on May 30th at Belterra. Came here, ran that Nobody Listens. I don't think he liked the trip he got, and he kind of got swallowed up by Molly's Town, Latigo. He's been in very similar races with these guys. And then August 13th, he caught the slop again. I bet Aaron is just glad that this guy has got a fast track today and some nice weather, to be honest with you. He's 5 of 7 in the distance. He's 10 of 12 on Indiana dirt. He loves sprinting. He's even ran well in the Governors last year. He lost by a length at 1.70 miles. This colt is very, very versatile, and I know he's going to run well here today. And he's sitting on the board at 5-2. Now let's talk about the big boy over here next to me, the 1, Molly's Town. He is a really consistent horse. Molly's Town gets Manny Esquivel in the irons, a veteran jockey who knows what he's doing. Another one that I kind of gave an edge because I didn't know if we'd be having an off track or not, but he's had great success there. He's 4 of 5 starts in this 2025 season. He's yet to get the win. I know they're hoping for it today. A Swifty Farms bred 4-year-old gelding by Motown, a Curlin Dam. He's making his 22nd lifetime start. The guy just really is nice. I mean, he had a couple of nice thirds in the off season at Oaklawn and Churchill. He's tough to take, and the rail's been pretty hot lately. He's looking at him, he's just picture perfect, carrying really good flesh. He's a tall, very, very talented gelding. So that's who I'm going to round out my trifecta. I do want to give you guys a little bit of a shout out to Don Dunham, who is our security guard. He's usually right on the 2nd floor as I get off of the elevator, always there to say a kind word. He's a big teddy bear, and we're very happy to have him as part of our team, and that is what this handicap is named after today. You see him there. There he is in the winner's circle. Hi, Don. We have this handicap for him, and then we also have Rick Moore's handicap in Race 8, and he is a racing legend. Rick Moore, general manager, and has worked in the industry everywhere in Indiana. Gave our boss Eric Hallstrom one of his first jobs at an OTB, and has helped me immensely in my career. So if anyone here has worked with Rick for the 8th race, please feel free to come to the winner's circle, and anyone that's here for Dawn as well. We're very happy to honor these 2 distinguished gentlemen today. I'm going to go with a distinguished gentleman on top in this race, and that is Latigo. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track for the 6th race, the first of our 2 premier races here on Wednesday's card, with the main track now labeled fast. It's the Don Dunham overnight handicap, a field of 7. Going 6 furlongs, scratch 3, CJ Storm. 3, CJ Storm has been scratched. 7 start. 1 is Mollystown. Manny Esquivel riding for Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated with trainer Gennaro Garcia. 2, Good Looking Justice with Samuel Bermudez. Aaron M. West trains the Justice Farm Greg Justice homebred. Scratch the 3. Here's Fort Lanigo. Joe Ramos riding for Spieth Stable LLC, Roger Spieth and Randy Klopp. Number 5, Scotty's on Edge. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with 53 wins here this season, riding for Rob Dobbs Jr. and Mildred Selden Revocable Trust. 6, Commander Storm, Evan Roman riding for Clabber Moore Stable, LLC, Michael J. Ryan and Heron Thoroughbreds, LLC. 7, Taillights, Joseph Romero riding for Clamaco Galindo Torres and Brianna Johnson, and 8 is Neutron. Mitchell Murrell, after a riding hat trick on yesterday's card, with 34 wins here this meet, riding Neutron for Bob Gorham and owner Florian Flores. Final warm-ups for the Don Dunham overnight handicap. Fast track, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and the 10-cent grand high 5. There's Don. Today's co-feature, named in honor of longtime security guard here, Don, who mainly works on the first floor and second floor clubhouse during our racing days. Prior to joining the security team here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Don, a farmer back in the day, and worked as a lineman for Rush Shelby Energy 2. The Don Dunham overnight handicap. Next. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the Don Dunham overnight handicap. Fast track for the co-feature. Less than 1 minute.
The Don Dunham handicap coming up just a couple of minutes from now. Nobody nicer than Don Dunham, and a nice field assembled in here, running for $55,000 in here. A talented group of 3-year-old and older boys running for some nice money on a Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we get to honor one of Indiana's finest employees as they're approaching the gate. I think Good Looking Justice off that 7-length dominating victory against Open Company last time out is strictly the horse to catch. And it looks like the bettors would agree. Even money on the board for the consistent Colt by Street Boss, looking to push those earnings over $300 to $1,000. But maybe the value of the field could come from some of your outside runners. Take a look at Taillights. This is a horse who's a head away from winning 3 out of the last 4 and has 5 wins in his name. He's 5 years old. He was a very nice claim for $7,500. And since that claim, he's ripped off 2 wins and second place at 26 to 1. He certainly gets tested for class, but he looks beautiful out on that track right now, and he's a big overlay. 20 to 1 on the board, no doubt about it. Good Looking Justice, the horse to beat, but maybe the horse to bet could be the 7 as we go to John Dooley for the Don Dunham handicap.
All right, cheers, Brian Aragoni. At the gate, it is now post time. They're going in. Manny Escobar with Mollystown, first installed. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Scotty's on Edge. Joins Mollystown. Simmer Bermudez with Good Looking Justice to post 2. Evan Roman with Commander Storm. Loading for the Don Dunham overnight handicap, the first of 2 premier races here on the day. Now Joe Ramos with Latigo. Next Wednesday, Hoosier Day. Hope you can join us in 1 week's time for Hoosier Day. Indiana Champions Day here on Saturday, October the 25th. Now Latigo. Latigo has gone all in, 2 back. Joseph Romero with Taillights. Right now, Good Looking Justice, the 4 to 5 favorite. 1 more Mitchell Morrow with Neutron. Main track now fast. This Indiana bred field with 41 wins between them. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Don Dunham overnight handicap. Good Looking Justice rockets away for Simmer Bermudez. Neutron has speed. Taillights in the black jacket right there. Latigo with an early bid, and toward the inside is Mollystown close up. It's Good Looking Justice. Has the 4-year-old speed to lead them to a half mile from home, tracked by Latigo. Taillights third and close up. Neutron is 4th on the far outside as they line up entering the far turn. Mollystown the inside run, 2 clear for Commander Storm, and Scotty's on Edge has dropped back to last. The quarter, 21.96 seconds. Good Looking Justice blazing the trail. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Good Looking Justice tracked by a close-up Latigo. Taillights and Mollystown charging up the inside. Neutron is a wide 5th. Then comes Scotty's an Edge up 1 spot, and Commander Storm is last. Here come the Hoosiers. It's Good Looking Justice at the top of the lane. Half mile, 44.45 seconds with Simmer Bermudez and the rail. Good Looking Justice sharply in the furlong grounds has spurted away from Latigo by 3 past the 16th. Mollystown toward the inside. It's Good Looking Justice and the Don Dunham. Good Looking Justice won by 3.5, kept Latigo at bay. Mollystown with 3rd, Scotty's an Edge, Commander Storm. We trail back to Taillights and Neutron in 109.08 flaming seconds. $109.08 after the State Bred Sprint and the Don Dunham overnight handicap. 109.08. 24156. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order after the Don Dunham. First, number 2, Good Looking Justice at 4 to 5. First. 4 Latigo, 2 to 1 second. 1 Mollystown, 4 to 1 third. 5 Scotty's on Edge, 26 to 1 fourth. While 6 Commander Storm gets into the Pentafecta. 109.08. Good Looking Justice, 4-5 favorite, takes out the first of two premier races. Samuel Bermudez for Aaron M. West. The Justice Farm Great Justice Homebred, now an 8-time winner, and clocks 109.08. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle for his Cody photo, the two Good Looking Justice with Sammy Bermudez. Good Looking Justice, it's official. 4-year-old bank colt by Street Boss. Out of the Flatter Mare with Wonder, the now 8-time winners, trained by Aaron M. West for Justice Farm Great Justice, the winner bred here in Indiana by his owners. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Good Looking Justice takes out the Don Dunham Overnight Handicap in 109.08. Result official. Winner's presentation coming up. The 2-4 exact, $11 even, 50-cent trifecta, $5.40. 6-2 double, $10.60. 10-cent superfecta paid $8.86. Scotty's on Edge ran fourth. 50-cent pick 3, $35.40. And the 10-cent Grand High 5 featured on the first of our premier races. Commander Storm ran fifth for the 10-cent pentafecta, paid $19.47. 3 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 109.08, 7 ran. Getting ready for the winner's presentation here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the first of two premier races. Saluting a couple of greats here in Indiana. Later, the Rick Moore Overnight Handicap. Longtime Indiana racing executive. Right now, the gathering in the winner's circle for the presentation after the Don Dunham. Don, a longtime security guard here, mainly working on the first and second floor clubhouse during our racing days, as many of you know. Prior to joining the security team here, Don was a farmer and worked as a lineman for Rush Shelby Energy. The winner's presentation. We salute Don. The winner's presentation is the connections of Good Looking Justice, winner of the Don Dunham Overnight Handicap today. "22 minutes away from race 7, off the turf. Main track over the mile and 16th. Scratch 1, Princess Buttercup, 2, Reading Time. 4, Tis Salty, take out 6, Perfect Snow. Scratch 10, Catalyzed, and 11, Gidget Rose Lee. There'll be no superfecta, no pentafecta. Scratch 1, 2, 4, 6, 10, number 11, Gidget Rose Lee. Exacta, trifecta, double, pick 3. Post time will be 5:12.
Don Dunham handicap goes to Good Looking Justice. Sammy B, walk us through the race. It was a nice ride.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of luck really breaking the last couple times, and we were just hoping for a good break, and I know it was gonna be done.
No, say what you said before. Got to the lead and goodbye.
See you later. Bye.
See you later. Bye. It's over, he said. And then we have Jose here. Jose, you know, he's not bad on the slop. I bet you guys didn't mind if it would have rained, but he looked like he enjoyed it today.
Yeah, he's being nice every time. Just he needed break very good, and that's why he won every time, every races.
So a good break, and you knew it was going to be good after that, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations. Thank you very much. And Dawn, we're so happy that Dawn's here. He's wonderful. He's such an important part of our team, and we love him so much. John's doing the pan. Good job, John. We're happy. How do you feel to have a race named after you, Don?
Well, I think it's great myself. I had it a year ago, but I didn't expect this year.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we got another one. The 7th race, and then come back down for the Rick Moore.
Thank you.
And they're off in the Don Dunham overnight handicap. Good looking Justice rockets away for Simmer Bermudez. Neutron has speed, taillights in the black jacket right there. Lanigo with an early bid, and toward the inside is Mollystown close up. It's Good looking Justice. Has the 4-year-old speed to lead them to a half mile from home, tracked by Lanigo. Taillights third and close up. Neutron is fourth on the far outside as they line up entering the far turn. Mollystown the inside run, too clear for Commander Storm, and Scotty's on edge has dropped back to last. The quarter, 21.96 seconds. Good looking Justice blazing the trail. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Good looking Justice tracked by a close up Latigo. Taillights in Mollystown charging up the inside. Neutron is a wide 5th. Then comes Scotty's an edge up 1 spot, and Commander Storm is last. Here come the Hoosiers. It's Good looking Justice at the top of the lane. Half mile 44.45 seconds with Simmer Bermudez and the rail. Good looking Justice sharply in the furlong grounds has spurted away from Latigo by 3 past the 16th. Mollystown toward the inside. It's Good looking Justice and the Don Dunham. Good looking Justice won by 3.5. Kept Latigo at bay. Mollystown with third. Scotty's an edge. Commander Storm.
The Don Dunham's been settled now. The Rick Moore in race number 8. But first, we squeezed in a little race right in between then the very nice handicaps in here. And this was scheduled to be 1.16 on the turf. We came off the turf, unfortunately. Scratch off the turf will now be run at a distance of 1.16 which remains the same, but on a fast main track. A shout out to our track crew for getting us back up and running on a fast track. Scratch 1, 2, 4, 6, 10, and 11 out of this event. I'm going to go a little bit of long shot hunting. It looks like the bettors have settled in on Sweet Voyage. I've got nothing against Sweet Voyage, but it is owned by My Racehorse and Jeff Hiles. And when you have My Racehorse, you don't get much value as a bettor very often. So I'm routinely trying to beat My Racehorse, not because I don't cheer for him and think it's a good cause or not, but mostly because their ownerships pound horses into the ground and sap out any value. Sweet Voyage can absolutely win this race, but not for me at 2-5. If this horse comes home at 2-5, we'll tip our cap and we'll move on to the Rick Moore handicap. But I think there's some value to be had, potentially like a horse like Moringa. Rogelio Labra winning at 10% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis draws the eye of Luis Contreras, now one we call our own, previously at Woodbine, but now native here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. One win from 15 starts for Moringa. Owned by Juan de la Cruz. Turf to dirt in play. Second start off the layoff. They wanted to be on the turf ultimately, but most of their success has come on wet tracks. And I thought we may see those spotty showers as we are accustomed to here in Shelbyville. However, Moringa has run some decent races on a fast main track as well. Probably a little bit better on a wet track. That lone victory did come on a wet track in which they had a ton of trouble, rallied right out in the center of the track, and rallied home nicely. I think there's plenty of pace to chase in here. Obviously, the distance is somewhat of a question mark. They tried a testing one-turn mile over at Churchill Downs, 7 furlongs over there as well. 2 turns over at Turfway Park in a unique race in which they hit the lead at the 8th pole and finished unexpectedly off the board, beaten by 5 lengths. But they showed that distance, even though it struggled to get it that day, maybe they moved a little bit early, but can certainly handle 2 turns. This will only be the second time around 2 turns for Moringa. I think there's plenty of upside. 6-1 right now on the board. Second start off the layoff, turf to dirt, and exits a live race in which Mom's Palace turned that 9-horse field into a 1-horse romp. I think Moringa on short rest should be plenty fit and could be a looker in here at 6-1. But a horse who's taken an unexpected amount of money is Ethan West. Frosted Kisses, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. teaming up for Bernard Racing, a 3-year-old filly by Frosted, a one-time winner. Getting in to the claiming ranks in here, has been in the claiming ranks since the first 2 starts of the career, which debuted for Tom Amis at the maiden special weight level. Tried the turf last time out and was really allowed to just linger near the back of the pack. Swung out widest of all, came with a huge rally, but it was far too late. Purring and Miss Susan were ultimately gone, but they came with a good turn of foot. I think there's upside here. They've only tried the dirt one other time, and it was the first race of the career. It was on a sloppy racetrack, and it was at Churchill Downs in a $121,000 stakes race as well. So do I believe Frosted Kisses can handle the dirt? It's to be determined. I'm not sure 2-1 is what I was expecting on Frosted Kisses in here, but the bettors have clearly made this a 2-horse race. There's a lot of My Racehorse owners on the 7, and it appears everyone else has piled into Frosted Kisses with East and West, and I don't blame them. They made a huge run 2 out of the last 3 efforts. Last time it wasn't good enough. Before that, they rode the rail and shifted out while closing great at 16-1 on the turf. But the dirt is the unknown, but certainly lightly raced on the dirt for Frosted Kisses. The 5 is West Maple, a horse who's really flourished since coming to Horseshoe Indianapolis and gotten on the turf course. Didn't show a whole lot on the synthetic, but West Maple getting the leg up for Alberto Burgos in here. Tommy Medina, 18% winning trainer. He's done great off the claim, and he's done well. Whether it's turf, dirt, whatever they put in front of him, the man finds his way to the winner's circle. We'll see if West Maple can do just that. We may be off the turf, but plenty of value to be had in here. We'll see if My Racehorse is getting their picture taken with Sweet Voyage. The early money signed on. We'll see if the results will follow 5 minutes away from race number 7.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 7th race. Here a field of 5. Race 7 will be run over the fast main track at a mile and a 16th. Scratch 1, Princess Buttercup. 2, Reading Time. Take out the 4, Tis Salty. 6, Perfect Snow. Scratch 10, Catalyzed. And 11, Gidget. Rose Lee. No superfecta, no pentafecta. Scratch 1, 2, 4, 6, 10, and the number 11. Exacta trifecta. Double. Final pick 3 of the day. Fast track. Inside 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and 16th main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Taco Cat backwards. The meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz, with a win on the card. Now Alberto Burgos, West Maple coming up. Joins Taco Cat backwards. Mitchell Morrow with Sweet Voyage. Right now 7-5 co-favorite with Frosted Kisses. Luis Contreras with Moringa. Over the mile and 16th, one more co-favorite. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Frosted Kisses. They're in the gate. And they're off. Frosted Kisses broke a beat slow. Moringa broke sharp toward the inside. West Maple and Sweet Voyage is right there close up. On the outside, Frosted Kisses settles second to last, and Taco Cat backwards trails in fifth as they enter the first turn. It's West Maple. So with Alberto Burgos, West Maple takes charge of the pace with 7 furlongs to run. It's a break of 2 to Moringa, who's running in second and follows the leader as they go to the back of the track. And then with Mitchell Morrill, Sweet Voyage in the black My Racehorse Silks running in third, while racing 5 to 6 clear from Frosted Kisses running second to last, and the trail remains Taco Cat backwards. Quarter 23.74 seconds, West Maple. West Maple dictates terms to Moringa, who stays close up to the front runner for Luis Contreras with Sweet Voyage, now drawing in from third. Taco Cap backwards, making a bid with the rail now for Fernando de la Cruz, and with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Frosted Kisses trails the Phillies quintet, half mile in 47.76 seconds. Moringa just took the lead. Over 3 furlongs to go. West Maple led, but has dropped back once headed. It's Moringa around the far turn with Sweet Voyage poised. Moringa, Sweet Voyage, they are a length and a half apart, as Sweet Voyage is now narrowing the margin on Moringa, coming past the quarter pole. Frosted Kisses, Taco Cap backwards, West Maple less tailed off. Sweet Voyage, up and after the lead with Moringa. They strained away a half length apart. 3/4, 1 minute 12.79 seconds. Sweet Voyage getting those left-handers and is poked ahead in front of Moringa, who tries to battle with Sweet Voyage, who has the upper hand coming past the 16th. Frosted Kisses third, Taco Cap backwards back in fourth. A Sweet Voyage victory has won by a length and a half to Moringa. Frosted Kisses finished third. $146.04. After the running of race 7, 7, 8, 9, 3, 7. Sweet Voyage. 4 to 5 first over 8 Moringa. 7 to 1 on the runner-up. 9 Frosted Kisses. 5 to 2 third. There was no superfecta, no pentafecta featured. 7, 8, 9. Mitchell Murrell for a My Racehorse victory. 4 to 5 on Sweet Voyage. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 7 Sweet Voyage. Mitchell Murrell with his 35th win of the season. Sweet Voyage is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Candy Ride. Out of the City Zip Mare, out of Bay. Racing for My Racehorse and Jeff Hiles. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sweet Voyage. Was the 4 to 5 favorite. It's official. The 7/8 exacta paid $17.40. There was no pentafecta. 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7 pays out $5.75. The 50-cent trifecta, Frosted Kisses third, $10.35, 2-7 double, and even $8. There was no superfecta wagering featured. The 1, 2, 4, 6, 10, and 11 were the non-runners. Favored first, 5 fillies ran. 146.04 after the running of race 7. 21 minutes away to our next premier race on the day. Race 8, the Rick Moore Overnight Handicap. Scratch the 1 City Prayers. There'll be no pentafecta. No pentafecta wagering. Scratch 1 City Prayers. 9th race, closing the card with a quarter horse allowance dash with a 350. Fast Track, no wind. 9th race, the finale. Scratch number 4, Rock Hard Love. Number 4, Rock Hard Love has been scratched. Post time for the Rick Moore Overnight Handicap, 5:43. And they're off. Frosted Kisses broke a beat slow. Moringa broke sharp. Toward the inside, West Maple and Sweet Voyage is right there close up. On the outside, Frosted Kisses settles second to last, and Taco Cap Backwards trails in fifth. As they enter the first turn, it's West Maple. So with Alberto Burgos, West Maple takes charge of the pace with 7 furlongs to run. It's a break of 2 to Moringa, who's running in second and follows the leader as they go to the back of the track. And then with Mitchell Merle, Sweet Voyage in the black My Racehorse Silks running in third, while racing 5 to 6 clear from Frosted Kisses running second to last, and the trail remains Taco Cat Backwards. Quarter 23.74 seconds, West Maple. West Maple dictates terms to Moringa, who stays close up to the front runner for Luis Contreras with Sweet Voyage, now drawing in from third. Taco Cap Backwards, making a bid with the rail now for Fernando de la Cruz, and with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Frosted Kisses trails the Phillies quintet, half mile in 47.76 seconds. Moringa just took the lead. Over 3 furlongs to go. West Maple led, but has dropped back once headed. It's Moringa around the far turn with Sweet Voyage poised. Moringa, Sweet Voyage, they are a length and a half apart, as Sweet Voyage is now narrowing the margin on Moringa, coming past the quarter pole. Frosted Kisses, Taco Cap Backwards, West Maple less tailed off. Sweet Voyage up and after the lead with Moringa. They strained away a half length apart. 3/4, 1 minute 12.79 seconds. Sweet Voyage getting those left-handers and is poked ahead in front of Moringa, who tries to battle with Sweet Voyage, who has the upper hand coming past the 16th. Frosted Kisses third, Taco Cap Backwards back in fourth. A Sweet Voyage victory has won by a length and a half to Moringa. Frosted Kisses finished third. And they're off. With the second of our premier races ahead, in 16 minutes' time, the Rick Moore Overnight Handicap. Wednesdays are for winning here at Horseshoe Indianapolis every week through closing week, November 10th through closing day, November 13th. And congratulations to today's top 3 in Racing Rachel's Warriors. Mike Miller picking up the gold medal and the $100 top prize in today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors. Jim Dudley getting the silver and $75, and Mike Cannon getting the bronze and the $25 prize for third. Every Wednesday, pick your way to the $10,000 final of Racing Rachel's Warriors on closing week, November the 12th. Congratulations to Mike Miller, the $100 top prize in today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors.
We are gearing up for the Rick Moore handicap, and we're very happy to have the one and only Rick Moore here. Before I get started, we're 10 minutes to post talking about race 8. I do just want to, I think I've said it a million times, but I love Rick Moore. He's one of the most amazing people in this industry. A lot of people have worked with him. He's been a joy to work with. He's helped me early in my career, helped even our boss Eric Hallstrom early in his career. Tammy as well. Him and Tammy, our marketing manager, used to work together. back in the day, and he's come and moved around, but he's still in the industry, and we're just so happy to have him be a part of our team here now at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and very honored to be a friend of his. So very happy to have Rick here with us today. We're 10 minutes post. I got to look at a few. The 6 looks really, really good. The favorite right now is the 4, looks like at 4 to 5. But I'm going with hot middles here today. We're going to go 6 furlongs just like our last handicap, and hot middles is owned, bred, and trained by Tiana Richardville. This is a 3-year-old filly who, you go through some of her races back at the end of the year last year, first year this year. She does love sprinting on dirt. She put up such nice speed. For instance, on May 19th this year at 5.5, she was in an allowance, and she put up a 90 Brisnet speed figure. Her and Hannah won by 5 1/4 that day. She won the Hoosier Breeder Sophomore by a head after that. She did not like the turf routing. And then these last couple, I will say, I was down here for the September 15th race, and we highlighted it in the pre-race show. We showed that replay. Her and Hannah just completely got left at the gate. I know that they would have been, if more forwardly placed. She came charging at the end, but that definitely did not go the way that it normally does for her. She's a very talented filly. So is Hannah, and as Mike Joyce on FanDuel calls her, Hannah Slahy. He thinks she's also going to slay the competition today. So just really looking forward to the old middles. She's definitely a classy girl. She's very talented. She looks tremendous here in the paddock, very fit, very muscular. She's just a gorgeous little filly, and she's so sweet. She follows Hannah around everywhere in the barn. And just really looking forward to seeing how she runs today. And like I said earlier, you guys are welcome. I even saw her sloppy effort last year at the end of the year where she got 3rd, and I thought, hey, they're calling for some rain today. I'm going to give the edge to the horse that likes the off track, but didn't play out that way, which we're totally fine with. But just speaking to how, versatile she is and how she's got form in a couple different ways. Then the 6 at 5 to 2, Work It Windy. Honestly, I thought Work It Windy would end up being the favorite, but right now the 4, Imagine the Moon is. Work It Windy, very talented 4-year-old filly by Greeley's Conquest, who's coming off 2 wins. And talk about versatile. She just really is a horse that you can count on to run a good race. This girl, honestly, with Evan Rome on aboard, he's rode the last 2 of her victories, which is very noteworthy. She has early speed. She's towards the outside. And also Rob Dobbs, 21% in sprint races. So a lot of good percentages and a lot of upside on her, obviously. She was 2nd in the Shelby County at 6 furlongs on a fast track, an allowance 2nd. She's really got a nice turn of foot and a quick pace out of the gate. Might help her out. She's been the bettor's favorite in her last 2. But yeah, she is going to this handicap today, and I think it's a little bit of a step up, but she's a very, very talented filly as well, and looking to see how it plays out. I'm sure she's going to send, would imagine that hot middles will probably tuck in beside her. As I'm looking at her right now, she's just a very gorgeous gray roan filly who she's not, everyone really classy girls. The 3's kind of a little antsy, I'd say, but everyone else just very, very classy. And then Imagine the Moon is who I'm going to round it out with the favorite. Even money right now. I could not leave out Katie and Tony. They won our last round of Premier Racing, and totally neglected them. And Katie wouldn't let me hear the end of it, but obviously a very talented mare. Rodney is aboard. He had a nice win yesterday, hoping to roll it into this one again. Another one coming off of 2 recent wins, July 16th on a slop sprinting and allowance 1 with Rodney up, and then the Hoosier Heartland stretched out from 6th to a mile and a 16th. Another mare that is just a tough knocking really, really hard trying game mare, I guess, as they say. She is also kind of the one to sit off the pace, make a move. I think she'll have something to run at for sure here with some early speed in this race. But, you know, all 24 of this girl's races have been here in Indiana. She's had 9 trips to the winner's circle, 4 seconds and 3/3 here. She's amassed $403,000. Her best speed figure is 91 here, going this distance on a fast track back last October. I don't blame anyone for making her the favorite, but yeah, I did put her in here for my try. So at this race today, the Rick Moore, I have 5-6-4 going postward, but it's all about the hot middles. The best part of the sandwich is the middle, right? The hot middles. Hannah and Tiana and Hot Middles is who I'm rooting for here in the Rick Moore Handicap. We're just 4 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 8th race, the Rick Moore overnight handicap at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch number 1, City Prayers. Number 1, City Prayers has been scratched. There's no pentafecta wagering. Scratch the 1. Here's the field on parade. The 1's a non-runner, 2 Shanghai Express. Alberto Burgos riding for Heron Thoroughbreds LLC of John Heron. Number 3, Don't Miss Out. Ridden again by Manny Esquivel for Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated of Gennaro Garcia, co-owners Bruce Murphy and Lori Murphy. Number 4, Imagine the Moon, under the veteran hands of Rodney Prescott, riding for Rancho Monarca LLC of Kathy and trainer Tony Duran. Here's number 5, Hot Middles, partnered again with Hannah Leahy, up for Thirsty Acres Racing LLC, the blue-orange sleeves and blue cap today for Gianna Richardville. Number 6, Work It, Wendy, with Evan Roman, trained by Rob Dobbs Jr. for breeder owner Scott Selden's Mildred R. Selden Revocable Trust. And number 7, Charge Legacy, has the services of Alex Ashard. Like Don't Miss Out, trained by Gennaro Garcia in the colors of his Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. She's a 3-time winner. The field for the Rick Moore overnight handicap, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and the starts of the late double fast track. The co-feature, named in honor of longtime Indiana racing executive, a native of the Cincinnati area, Rick Moore, who now serves as a consultant for Caesars Racing. Rick was the interim general manager at Hoosier Park. As we salute Rick, back at Hoosier Park when they opened in 1994, and Rick was later appointed to the vice president and general manager of racing for Hoosier Park, a graduate of the University of Kentucky. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Rick Moore overnight handicap, the co-feature from Horseshoe Indianapolis today.
Horses out on the track on a fast main track for the nice handicap we've got coming up. A field of 6 set to battle it out over 6 furlongs on the screen. One of the field's long shots that wasn't touched on by Rachel is John Herron's Shanghai Express. Last week, Herron celebrated 600 wins, and it would be another milestone in here to get this 5-year-old mare her 4th victory in the $55,000 Rick Moore handicap. But she's been slightly off form this season thus far. She does have one win to her name this year, but it came early on, April 23rd. Since then, she's found the waters much deeper. She had a good second behind Work It Windy at 10-1, but she's a big overlay right now. The bettors have seemingly made this a 2-horse race with a very clear third choice. Right now, they've settled in on both the 4 and the 6. Hot Middles missed the break last time, but is also a 3-year-old filly who's taking on older, although we are almost to October. Another one who's taking some action is Don't Miss Out. This is a horse who, before last start, hadn't been putting her best effort forward, and she really ran a huge race at 13-1, but she's up against it today. She's got other speed. I don't think she's going to be able to outfoot Work It Windy early on in this race, and she's also coming back on 9 days rest off of a huge effort. But you're getting fair value on Don't Miss Out. 5-1 for Gennaro Garcia, Manny Esquivel. The field's longest shot on the board turned out beautifully. Gennaro Garcia's Charged Legacy is on the screen now, on the toes, on the muscle. Not a drip of sweat in that coat is beautiful. So shout out to the groom for Charged Legacy. Certainly wins the beauty contest, but is in for a big class jump in here. Won a $5,000 claimer at Belterra on September 4th in the slop. This horse does have wins here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 2 wins from 8 starts here, and is stakes tested in the past. Lost to Crossley earlier this year in the $100,000 Checkered Flag Stakes. I think it's a challenging race that you might have to be a little bit creative on how you want to put those wagers in between Work It Windy and Imagine the Moon. Hot Middles deserves a long look, but she's been the beaten favorite in 3 out of her last 4 starts. We'll see if she can get back to her winning ways. She's been asked to do a lot this season. 2 turns on the turf, taking on older in here. Hot Middles on her best day can absolutely win this, but the bettors have keyed in on Imagine the Moon and Work It Windy as they approach the gate for the Rick Moore handicap.
Yeah, Brian Argoni, cheers for your thoughts and analysis here on the co-feature. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Rick Moore overnight handicap. Alberto Burgos with Shanghai Express. Manny Esquivel, Don't Miss Out, like Charged Legacy, both for Gennaro Garcia. Now Roddy Prescott, Imagine the Moon. She's in the veterans' hands. Up comes Hot Middles. Hannah Leahy for Gianna Richardville. Hot Middles went in okay. Couple them back, Evan Roman with Work It Wendy. Imagine the Moon, 6-5 favorite. One more, Alex Achard with Charged Legacy. The Don Dunham went at 109.08. A fast track for the co-feature. They're in the game. And they're off in the Rick Moore overnight handicap. Fast starts for the gray Work It Wendy and Charged Legacy with early interest. To the inside is Don't Miss Out, who's now making an early move to vie for second as Work It Wendy went to the top for Evan Roman. Work It Wendy leads Don't Miss Out, then Charged Legacy second and third. Imagine the Moon showing positional pace to track from fourth. Hannah Leahy and Hot Middles. She's in the blue silk with the orange sleeves. Fifth going past the half-mile pole. And Shanghai Express trails the Phillies Mares Sextet, the quarter 21.95 seconds, 3 furlongs away for Work It Wendy. Work It Wendy leads. Don't Miss Out, who's staying right there with the leader around the far turn. Imagine the Moon launching her bid in the 3-path. She's coming to third now from Charged Legacy, who's lost position in fourth. Hot Middles now warming up on the front outside, and Charged Legacy follows her. They've straightened away. Half mile, 44.45 seconds. Work It Wendy. She's dug those gray heels in for Evan Roman. Work It Wendy leads. A fully extended Don't Miss Out by 3, and Work It Wendy is looking good in the Rick Moore. It's Work It Wendy, a gate-to-wire winner by 5. From Don't Miss Out, Hot Middles third, Charged Legacy, Imagine the Moon, and Charged Legacy in 109.24. 109.24. After the Rick Moore overnight handicap, the second of our premier races, the Don Dunham 109.08. Here are the distaffers 109.24. 6352, the unofficial. There she is, 6. Work It Wendy. 2-1 first on the slow-mo. 3, Don't Miss Out. 3-1 second. Number 5, Hot Middles. 2-1 third. And number 2, Shanghai Express, runs fourth. There was no Pentafecta. Evan Roman, daughter of Greeley's Conquest. A 3-timer at the meet. Pure hat trick. Rob Dobbs Jr. for breeder owner. Scott Selden's Milladar Selden Revocable Trust. And the Rick Moore handicap, Work It Wendy. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, Circle the 6, Work It Wendy with Evan Roman. It's official. Work It Wendy is a 4-year-old gray roan filly by Greeley's Conquest. And an exchange rate mare, Kitty's Charge. Makes it a 3-timer at the meet. Trained by Rob Dobbs Jr. for breeder owner Scott Selden's Milden Selden Revocable Trust. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the Rick Moore overnight handicap, Work It Wendy. Clock 109.24. Winners presentation coming up. Official results after the second of our premier races. 6-3 exacta, $32.20, 50-cent trifecta. 6-3-5, $16.25. 7-6 double paid $12.40. There was no pentafecta. Shanghai Express fourth, 10-cent superfecta. 6-3-5-2, $10 and change. 50-cent pick 3, $12.55. The 50-cent late pick 4, low 11.99% takeout, pays on 5 of 5, $276.60. Rick Moore, longtime Indiana racing executive, a native of the Cincinnati area. Rick now serves as a consultant for Caesars Racing. Back in 1994, was an interim general manager at Hoosier Park when they first opened. Was later appointed to the vice president and general manager of racing at Hoosier Park. We honor Rick Moore here today with the Rick Moore overnight handicap, the winner's presentation to the connections of Work It Wendy. "16 minutes away from race 9, quarter horse dash over the 350 to close us out. Scratch number 4, Rock Hard Love. Scratch number 4, Rock Hard Love. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse, Pentafecta. Fast track, no win for the finale. Post time will be at 6:09. In just a moment, we'll be going back down after that winner's presentation to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, where winning jockey Evan Roman will be joining, along with, in honor of the overnight handicap, Rick Moore, right next to Racing Rachel.
The Rick Moore handicap goes to Work It Wendy, and Rob Dobbs, Evan Roman sticking around to talk to us. First of all, walk us through the trip, Evan.
Thank you. I want to give the thanks to the owner and the trainer for the support and give me the opportunity. She was ready to run. She running very well every race, and this time she take the lead very easy. It's a little fast, but she doing very well, very easy. She finished very strong.
You guys are 3 for 3 together here recently. I bet you're pretty excited. It seems like she just really runs well for you guys. Get along. It was a patient, easy ride. It looked like for you guys.
Yeah, I'm very happy because she's very professional. She's really fast, so I don't need to do too much. She take the league easy, and she's very controlled. She's very smart, and when she go up to the quarter point stretch, she know what to do.
Well, you guys looked very good out there together. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, you guys, I've got Rick Moore here. I was telling them, Rick, I said, listen, Rick Moore, back in the day when Rachel was young and just out of college, Rick took a little break from racing, and he was the manager of a bank. And I went to Rick and I said, Rick, can I please have money to start flipping houses? And he said, yes. And do you have anything for collateral? And I said, no, I'm 22. And he said, I'll pull whatever strings I can do. But I paid that money back. And you've helped so many people here. Tammy used to work for you, Eric. We all love you so much, Rick. And we're so happy that you were here with us today.
You are always the best, Rachel. You are always the best. I'm always kind of sweet for you.
Well, I know I am sweet for you. Rick, it's just been an honor to work with you, and I'm so glad you came today. How does it feel to have your race?
It's wonderful, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it was great.
And that, Evan was great in that beautiful gray filly. She was something. That was outstanding.
Well, congratulations on naming a race after you.
Thank you, dear. I appreciate it.
All right, you guys, we've got a quarter horse event coming up, so stick around. Martha's going to go over it with you.
And they're off in the Rick Moore Overnight Handicap. Fast starts for the gray Work It Wendy and Charge Legacy with early interest. To the inside is Don't Miss Out, who's now making an early move to vie for second as Work It Wendy went to the top for Evan Roman. Work It Wendy leads Don't Miss Out, then Charge Legacy second and third. Imagine the Moon showing positional pace to track from fourth. Hannah Leahy and Hot Middles. She's in the blue silk with the orange sleeves. Fifth going past the half-mile pole. And Shanghai Express trails the Phillies Mare Sextet, the quarter 21.95 seconds, 3 furlongs away for Work It Wendy. Work It Wendy leads. Don't Miss Out, who's staying right there with the leader around the far turn. Imagine the Moon launching her bid in the 3-path. She's coming to third now from Charge Legacy, who's lost position in fourth. Hot Middles now warming up on the front outside, and Charge Legacy follows her. They've straightened away. Half mile, 44.45 seconds. Work It Wendy. She's dug those gray heels in for Evan Roman. Work It Wendy leads. A fully extended Don't Miss Out by 3, and Work It Wendy is looking good in the Rick Moore. It's Work It Wendy, a gate-to-wire winner by 5. From Don't Miss Out, Hot Middles third, Charge Legacy, Imagine the Moon, and Charge Legacy in 109.24.
Well, back at it today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and what a 2-year-old maiden we had yesterday. Oh, as Rachel said, a lot of commotion in these 2-year-old races, and yesterday was no exception. But what a terrific performance by rider Rolanda Pena, who was able to get on the rail aboard A.E. King JB, breaking the maiden and kind of just avoiding all the melee that happened in the middle of the racetrack. So that was a great race. Also the 40th win this season, quarter horse win this season for trainer Tim Eggleston, who's also winning quite a few thoroughbred races this year at Horseshoe Indy. Great time for him, great season, and well-deserved. Has a terrific team. All right, well, we've got 3-year-olds and up in action today, an 18,500 allowance. These are non-winners of 3, so we've got some experienced horses to go by and talk about. And so let's just go to the paddock and begin. I'm going to start with number 7, Dash on Willie. Has run well so far at Horseshoe Indy for trainer Tony Cunningham. 65,000 Riadoso Select Sale graduate, and has been with Tony for several races this meet after competing last year and earlier this year in New Mexico. He's a son of Tempting Dash. He won an allowance race here on June 25th before finishing off the board on August 21st. But he stumbled, so he had an excuse, and so he's going to come back, and you really should expect a good effort from him. Most importantly, this is the only horse that has had 2 races on and off track. Even though it's drying up a little bit, sometimes that experience can really put a horse into contention. Make a difference today. All right, so that's number 7, Dash on Willie. Let's go next to number 6, Stone Cold Concept. Sue Belden's homebred is one of 2 entrants from the Eggleston barn this afternoon. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Brimstone. Just missed in scoring his 2nd career victory last month, but he completed the exacta, and it was the same level 18,500 allowance. He's faced some really tough competition recently. That's something I look for when I'm looking at, who. It's not a matter of getting beat, but who's beating him. And if it's a horse that ended up advancing to a derby or another stakes race, that bodes well for the horse coming back and maybe not facing as stiff competition. All right, let's go next to the rail was key yesterday. We just talked about that. So let's go to number 1, Sweet and Hot, who posted a lofty speed index number for trainer Karine Garcia. That was on August 30th. An 18,500 allowance race, and the Oklahoma-bred colt by A. Sweet Jess was ridden by Eduardo Diaz that day. Now, Eduardo's taking the call. He rides first call for Tim Eggleston, so he's going to be on the 6, but a very good, capable jockey, and that's Fernando Morin, is going to take over today for this gelding's 12th career start. That's number 1, Sweet and Hot. And then we'll round out my top 4 with number 5, and that's MG Fresca. A filly by El Macho Prieto Boy, 2-time winner this season for conditioner Jose Cazares. And now she exits an allowance victory here recently on September 4th under rider German Rodriguez. He's going to be back in the saddle aboard this filly this afternoon. I'd give her a long look, and she's got a good track record at 350 yards. 7, 6, 1, 5 are my top 4 selections. But 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta continues to reward people who support it. It's just a 10-cent wager just for quarter horses. So if you're looking for a long shot, and I've been giving out a few nice ones at the tail end of my summary. So today's going to be number 10, JD Bad Habits, 30-1. Might be a horse you might want to consider adding to your ticket. Owned and trained by Mario Rodriguez Jr. This is the son of one valiant hero, and he could fire fresh. He hasn't raced since June, so maybe a couple months off would give this horse a new outlook, breaking from that far outside post under rider Jimarius O'Neill. All right, so looking forward to this race. Good luck to all. We'll see you back here tomorrow, and then mark those calendars. Saturday, October 4th, our next all-quarter horse day, and it's going to be a great day of action beginning 10:45 a.m.
Coming onto the track for the ninth race to close out the card, quarter horse allowance dash over the 350. Fast track, a field of 9. Scratch number 4, Rock Hard Love. Scratch the 4, Rock Hard Love. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Drawing closer to a start. Last of the night. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post-time loading. Good Time Stoli uses a flipping halter. Dash on Welly moving in next door to Good Time Stoli. 7-5 final favorite. Sweet and Hot has the rail draw. Fernando Morin with Sweet and Hot joined by Coach Pete loading up. Stone Cold Concept for the quarter horse meet leaders. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Tim Eggleston. Fancy Politics MG Fresca. Boo-Ray coming up. One more. Jamarius O'Neal with JD Bad Habits. Fast track over the 350 yards. Thursday post time to wrap up our 4-day stretch here at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Waiting for JD Bad Habits to complete the line. Sweet and Hot, even money, final favorite. JD Bad Habits, staring at 13-1 odds. 350 yards fast. Here comes the last all in. Off the Wednesday finale, Dash on Willie swerved inward. Fast start for Speed and Hot, could not have broken any better. Speed and Hot leads past the 220. Coach Beat in pursuit. Dash on Willie, Fancy Politics, and here's Good Time Stoley, who's mustering a late charge. It's Speed and Hot and Good Time Stoley. Speed and Hot and Good Time Stoley. Photo finish. Dash on Willie was third, and Bourré finished fourth. Photo finish to the finale. Win photograph Hodl tickets. .915 seconds for the 350 fast track. Here's the verdict. 817.938. Good time, Stoley. 10-1 got up. At 4-5, the final favorite, number 1, Speed and Hot, denied. Number 7, Dash on Willie, 6-1, the unofficial third. 9, Bourré, 23-1 fourth. Number 3, Fancy Politics, fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Good time, Stoley. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, Jesse Vasquez, Bennett Racing Stable victory. At 10-1, good time, Stoley. 17.915. Race 9 official and the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 8. Good time, Stoley with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Good time, Stoley. Is a 6-year-old sorrel gelding by DuPont. Out of the Stoley mare, a true Stoley, Jesse Vasquez trains for Diana Bennett's Bennett Racing Stable. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by the owner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Good Time Stoley. Got up at the finish at 10-1. Final results in. 8-1 exacta $73. 50-cent trifecta $83.60. The 10-cent pentafecta, Fancy Politics, was fifth. Paid $4,888.59. So that 10-cent quarter horse, Grand High 5 featured. The 50-cent trifecta, $83.60. 6-8 double $52.80. 10-cent superfecta, $129.44. Bourré ran fourth. Fancy Politics was fifth. Final pick 3 of the day, paid $38.25. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes tomorrow, Thursday post time from 2:10. Until then, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure for the broadcast booth today. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Wednesday. 6A finale, Dash on Willie swerved inward. Fast start for Sweet and Hot, could not have broken any better. Sweet and Hot leads past the 220. Coach Pete in pursuit. Dash on Willie, Fancy Politics, and here's Good Time Stoley, who's mustering a late charge. It's Sweet and Hot and Good Time Stoley. Sweet and Hot and Good Time Stoley. Photo finish. Dash on Willie was third. Well, then